Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another day of the 2017 LCK Summer Split here at SPO TV. My name is Valdez. With me is Crumbs. As always, we're going to be jumping into the first match of the night. Will be the BBQ Olivers up against Ever8 winners.
And it's a new Ever8. Once again, they are bringing in new players. Throughout the entire split, we were seeing Helper as the starting top laner for this lineup, and now they have decided to add a new member, an unknown player to us, Kin. And what we have on him is that he happens to be very well-rounded in Lucian top. So he's a carry top lane player. He's currently sitting at 40 LP in Masters, and while that might seem shocking to a lot of people, he does have under 100 games, so it's definitely one of those hidden accounts that he's been playing, and he's going to be coming back alongside Comeback, once again making another comeback on this team.
Well, maybe this is the comeback. I'm not sure which number it is. Is this number 2, 3, 4? It's too many to count at this point. I just hope that this is the comeback where he actually makes it happen.
Hopefully this is the one that sticks, as he actually did play in the first time that these two teams met earlier this split in a 2-1 victory for BBQ. Comeback was a part of all three of those games, playing three different champions, Bard, Thresh, and Blitzcrank, and we expect to see those champions be highly prioritized today, because when you're dealing with teams at the bottom of the table, you always want to have those big playmakings and supports that are eager to make an impact on these matches.
Yeah, Comeback always seemingly playing those kinds of champions, and this is it for these two teams. They both have to win, right? We were talking about it before. We have entered round 2 of LCK Summer now, where things start to really pile up. When you're 1-8, as both of these teams are, you're trying to avoid relegation as much as possible. So to get ahead of the other teams, you have to win tonight. And that's what both of these teams obviously are going to be looking to do. So let's hop into pick and ban for game 1.
Both these teams have been coming off losses. Ever recently lost a 1-2 against the Rocks Tigers. What seemed to be a newfound Ever, with Malrang getting his hands on Elise, quickly got dismantled in a reverse sweep in the Rocks Tigers fashion, as well as MVP actually taking over the match against BBQ, breaking their 14-game loss streak against BBQ. So that gives you an idea as to where these two teams stand, and we might get ourselves a long series, but not for the right reasons.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be reminiscent of the Jenner versus Kongdu or the Jenner versus BBQ of spring. But I hope that we get kind of a competitive match here, as we already see a bunch of targeted bans against Septed. Seems like BBQ saying, okay, if we can shut down one of Ever8's big carries, we can win the game.
And 4 mid lane bans, definitely Septed has been making waves, even though the team has been lackluster, but he himself has not been living up to the standard that I think was awarded to him in the beginning of the split. In their match against Rocks Tigers, multiple times did he get caught out, and while he was making plays that were beneficial to the team, there were plenty that were detrimental in that match for Ever. So everybody on the side of Ever8 have to be stepping up, and I'm excited to see what they do with this new top laner. I imagine that bringing a rookie just means that you want to light a fire under Helper's booty, but
yeah,
maybe he himself is actually just a godly carry, especially red side start. We could see him pick up one of these crazy top laners like Lucian or even Jax. Oh,
we're gonna see Zach get through in game 1, and I saw the big grin on Ghost's face, because I think he was thinking the same thing I was, that he was going to be getting Caitlyn, because no way that Ever8 lets Zach through instead, but they ban away the Caitlyn, figuring that the Caitlyn is stronger. But that means that we will be seeing Bless on Zach.
Well, I think they're going to go with Thresh Kalista here. Comeback has been playing his Thresh, and taking Kalista early on is a matchup that is strong into Zach. The hopping around is very useful when dealing with the skill shots that Zach has to bring to the table. However, I want to point that banning out Caitlyn is a smart move, because we saw in the match against Longju, I don't remember exactly who, but they traded Thresh or Caitlyn for the Zac, and it turned out that the team that had the Zac was able to obliterate Caitlyn, as the hard engage is just so easy to pull off when you're dealing with a long-range immobile AD carry. And if they were to not take it themselves, that means that you would be giving up Zach and Caitlyn to one team, and you might as well surrender and redraft at that point.
Go into game 2 right away. Well, we don't see the Thresh picked up right away. They actually decide to go for Lee Sin first, one of Malrong's big picks. And that means that it allows BBQ to pick up one of these big counters to the Zac and take the Thresh for their own.
I really disagree with this choice. Thresh is such a strong pick in denying Zac's engage. You can play out of every single elastic slingshot, guaranteeing that he never hits it. Granted, so many Zacs are not even good enough to hit the elastic slingshot, but the champion is weak into that matchup, and it combos beautifully with Kalista. However, we did see the deadly combination from Rox Tigers of the Kalista and Rakan, so that might be what they're fancying. However, dealing with Zac in that duo combination might be much more difficult than with Thresh.
The hover until 0 seconds Tristana into the Twitch. So deciding to go with one of these hyper carries towards the late game in the Twitch. We've been seeing a lot more Tristana play, but not going to see it tonight, unfortunately. And Corki, another pick that's definitely come back into the meta with his change so that he's basically an AP champion 100% now. 80% of his attacks are magic damage, even though they do scale off of AD. So basically all of his damage is magic.
And with so much magic damage and no front line, I'm really curious as to whatever is going to bring to this champion pool. I imagine that they're going to put Kin on a top lane tank here because it just would not make much sense with the double ADs. I think Braum is a support that they're looking for here. Having so much auto attack at a distance will be quite potent with that, and BBQ recognized it and banned it away. Braum is actually quite powerful against Twitch. When you put up that Unbreakable, you can block so much of the spray and pray backline damage, but so far, BBQ's draft is just all about that crazy team fighting late game, and they need to have more utility to round this out if they want to stand up in a 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, so far, if you look at the picks, it seems like everybody's pretty decent against the Zac, right? You can Valkyrie away from the Elastic Slingshot, you can hop away with the Kalista. Lee Sin's going to be okay, you can kick away the Zac if need be, but as you said, the composition isn't really coming together as a 5v5 group just yet. And they decide to go ahead and ban another kind of flex pick in the Karma. Although we do see that the Thresh is already picked, so they're targeting Tempt with that one.
There's the Rakan, but making sure that you don't have this combination. But there's still plenty of spice to add to this salad of champions that ever have drafted. Even Alistar would still be susceptible to getting flayed out of the Thresh, so maybe even a Blitzcrank could be, and it is going to be Alistar, but this is a matchup that Totoro, if he's on point, Flay can mitigate that headbutt, so it's a tall order, but with the combination of the Fate's Call for an engage, you make for a really nasty long-range initiation.
Well, comeback, looking to make his comeback on a new champion here with the Alistar. Excited to see what he can do with that. Alistar definitely one of these picks that even if you do face check the brushes, you can kind of just get away if you're level 6, get out of that CC.
Well, he's staying true to his roots. Remember that when he was on the KT Bullets and they were able to win LCK, Alistar was one of his main picks at the time. He was just on fire on this pick, and it's a pick that allows the rest of the team to make it so visible when he's going in and so that they can follow up. But BBQ will be responding with some powerful laners that if an engage is to happen where Alistar goes a little bit too deep, the Renekton Victor Twitch combination can obliterate your backline by the time you even land everybody else on the ground.
So, you were talking about the Lucian.
There it is.
Is he going to do it, though?
Oh, that's so bold.
That would be 3 80 carries in a sense, even though, as we talked about before, Corki does a lot of magic damage. Is he actually going to lock this in? I don't know, this just seems really risky. Okay, there it is.
Yes.
The lock-in for Keen. He's coming in his first game on the Lucian.
This man is living out his fantasy. Who else can say that you've made an LCS debut with Lucian top?
That's pretty sick.
Well, you do have the triple AD carry combination, so Ever's game plan is win lane, win game. They do not want to get to a team fighting phase with 3 essential AD carries. Ninja Tabis will be in order for pretty much everybody on BBQ's side. And with the Renekton that we've seen transition so well into the late game stages, team fighting because of the new itemization between your Stone Plate, your Deadmans, your Tabis, he gets to be just a complete wrecking ball. And this could be an exciting matchup of either Ever snowballing early or BBQ crushing it late. However, I'm worried for Ever, as they did struggle in their matchups in closing out games when they had advantages.
Yeah, definitely a worrisome kind of draft. I mean, they pick another pick that can dash away from Elastic Slingshot, so there's that. If they're totally just drafting to get away from the Zac pick that they let through, they have succeeded to some extent.
Well, Alistar is also quite good into Zac because your Headbutt and your Pulverize can also mitigate the Elastic Slingshot, but how much is Zac really what you value in this draft? Whereas everything else around him seems to be in order for BBQ. Maybe an over-prioritization into this champion, who knows? After all, it is one of the most heavily contested champions in the world.
Has 100% pick and ban rate here in LCK Summer. There definitely is a reason for that. So excited as well to see Septed on the Corki. It's coming back into the meta, one of my favorite champions. And guys, it looks like game number 1 is ready to go. Let's jump into the Rift. There we go. Game number 1 starting off here. BBQ versus Ever 8. We got SKT versus MVP later on today for the second match of the night. So make sure you stay tuned for that.
Malorang's job here is going to be exactly what Ever has been doing or did in the promotion tournament, which was get an advantage for your jungler and allow your jungler to find out where Bless is. It's nearly impossible to ward against Zac as levels go on, so as long as he can have vision himself and track him down through camps, it will allow your Lucian, your Kalista lane, your Corki to get advantages early on and hopefully transition to a phase where they can start getting burst brick towers without multiple people committing to those sides of the map. The ward did come down from Septa to at least scout out where Zac will be starting, so the plan is set in motion, but now they've gone full commando into the blue side.
And this was not spotted by Crazy. He actually didn't see it. He should see it now, as Skin is spotted. The pings go down. Not much they can do about it now, but at least they do get the information.
And the information that Bless has to respond with is that now the map has been split. Pings go out onto the blue side, and this means that Kin, which I hope I'm pronouncing his name properly, as we didn't really get it.
Keen, I guess.
Let's go with Keen, because we did not get, now that the map is split, Lucian's going to be able to push Renekton non-stop. And that means that this top lane advantage will mitigate Renekton's early game, but at the same time, you'll allow Twitch to snowball out of control, and this could be both the undoing of Ever as well as their win condition.
Yeah, just take a look at his Korean name. It is actually Kim Hee-in. So, yeah, we could just call him Keen. Definitely seems like a
How is he
good
playing
idea.
in NA and LCK?
NA and LCK.
Yeah, is it
Keen.
Yeah. But actually, I want to go back onto the point. I thought the map would be split, but Malrang decided to try to contest the blue buff, so now he falls behind for the invade that was initially attempted. Renekton can now safely play and do this. So a bit questionable. His route will end up topside as he's starting out from the Wolf onto red buff eventually, but you would have wanted to perhaps split the map completely and let Keen just pop off.
It was interesting to see his level 2 gank in mid as well. I mean, did do a bit of damage to Tempt, but you can see that Tempt's just a bit low on mana, but okay to stick around in the lane. Didn't put all too much pressure on.
Well, Tempt can't commit to any 1v1 fights as he is at a summoner disadvantage. Tempt taking the heal and Scepter with the teleport, so when he looks for that teleport advantage, has a good item spike, he should be getting some leads into this lane. And now we have Lee Sin scouting out for Zac once again, doing the Lee Sin job that was required of him when we saw this draft.
Yeah, Marang going in. Bless does spot him. that will be shown as well. We got a couple of, actually 3 Doran shields in this game. We've been seeing the return back to Doran's Blade after the nerf to the Doran shield once again. You can only get 1 pot with that. But we got a lot of those Doran shields here tonight. Definitely need that against the Lucian top for Crazy, at least.
It's also a good choice against the Twitch, and this gank is unlikely to work. He has been playing quite defensively. Yeah, so he sees this.
He does flash away, though. Perhaps his dash was down.
He didn't want to risk the chance that the Q would sling him back onto the range of Renekton. However, at the longest range, it doesn't really bounce you back as you'd normally expect it to do so. But the Doran shield into Twitch back up to the bottom lane means that every time that poison starts ticking, you're going to get your regen refreshed, and that allows Kalista to safely farm in that matchup. But Septa taking some good harass. You will have to recall soon. Don't get greedy. Even though Temp does not have enough mana, he can use that teleport to start getting something on the map. However, I believe he's waiting on enough gold for likely a Sheen, so might still need a little bit more gold in his inventory before he is comfortable using that recall and teleport. Here it is.
Look at what Comeback just did there. He was going towards the mid lane, and you saw a couple of pings go down in mid, but you saw that also Tempt was playing it pretty relaxed and passive in the lane. So he just goes in there and he spots out Bless once again, which, as you said, is really important. You got to see where that Zac is. So all tabs right now on making sure that nobody gets ganked by the big blob.
But they are planning on perhaps ganking the big blob itself as they wait for him to try brush to Toro.
Ooh, he was thinking about it.
Everyone's smelling danger here.
Tons of pings going down on that red side. And Keen has been forced all the way back. Actually will miss a full cannon wave. He's going to go all the way back to the second turret.
Ever since that gank happened and Lee Sin was not on the top side, Crazy has been playing the lane properly and was able to start evening out that CS, and even has a couple of minions in his favor. However, once these 5 die, it should almost even out. And here's where the things get hairy for Ever as the Ninja Tabi start coming out. Zac, however, did go with a Lucidity Rush, so looking to make a lot of plays happen. That CDR early on will help him clear out significantly faster than had he gone with a completed trackers or even rushed the jungle item. So I like this itemization, but for the ganks, not until level 6 is he really going to get a big benefit from this.
Looking for a play bot side. See if Comeback is ready. And decides not to even go in total. Just maybe seemed a little bit too risky.
Malrang actually got spotted ward hopping on that mid lane turret. So once again, both teams are aware where the junglers are, which means more passive farming left, right, and center. And there's no chance for Zac to gank bot side. He does have smite on Bless, but Malrang can execute.
Not quite, just a little bit too late. And he's actually forcing Bless out of his jungle as hard as possible.
Little kick in the back. But Zac can't gank Alistar. You can just use Headbutt, Pulverize, get him out of there. And then now that Kalista has Fate's Call, it has to be initiated with Totoro going for a hook that lands or a crazy flash play. And now they're thinking about diving this bottom lane, but they don't know where Twitch is, so this is so risky.
Well, they will see him with the Lantern now. They're really thinking about this comeback. Still just level 5. Will combo onto Ghost here, but he's taking a ton of damage. There's the Fate's Call. And with the teleport coming in, they will be forced to back off. Badul taking a bunch of damage. The flash play is going to pick up first blood. Here's Septed with that package, looking to turn this around, but that's 2 kills now. Going over to BBQ, and Crazy gets away. Make that 3. As the bottom lane, everything goes wrong for Ever 8.
That was atrocious. Why would they go for that? There are still flashes and heals on the side of Ever's bottom lane. They had no vision. Lucian can't stop a teleport. They have Corki with package trying to make something happen on the map, but oh my god, and we're going to look at it again. So as soon as they get Lantern, they're like, okay, maybe we can get a double Pulverize. Play's already been utilized. Great, we have so much damage, but this hook from Totoro stops Lee Sin right away. He's not even level 6, and now that Fate's Call came out, it's Kalista that's tanking out the turret. But by this time, it's so disjointed that Scepter joins in late. Renekton's already cleaning everybody out, and Comeback just decides maybe we can make one last hoorah to try to salvage this play, but it's just not enough. And BBQ get 3 kills handed on a silver platter, and mid lane is almost down on a solo victor in under 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying, and as we saw, it was never going to go well with all the summoners up and the play out of Totoro, but you could see the idea that they had, you know, Fate's Call, trying to go for the knock-up, Scepted with the teleport and the package. It's like, okay, we can get a ton of damage done under this turret, but as you guys see, the outcome is not nearly what they were expecting. And actually landing a hook now, combo out of Comeback, trying to make this not happen, but the spray and pray is coming out. Comeback forced to flash away, but he does not go down. And more summoners blown in the bottom lane.
Ooh, things are getting rough for Everest bottom lane. Now that the flashes were burned and heal as well, they are now at a serious combat disadvantage. And more vision for everybody. Here comes Ghost.
He's not seen just yet. They're going to be jumping in here with the Zac. The blue buff will go over to Scepted. Looks like there's the kidnap. Comeback, he's so low, but he's going in. He will be hooked up. There's the Fate's Call to save him.
Mid lane is down now.
Yeah, it's going to be First Blood Turret going over to Tempt here. It's a huge chunk of gold to give over to a victor. At this point in the game, there it is. Meanwhile, Bless counter jungling and everyone from Ever 8 forced to go home.
That's great proactivity from the side of BBQ, taking advantage of what they achieved in the bottom lane, pushing them in, going for that great hook from Totoro, making sure that Duel and Comeback have to get out of that lane, and then they invade with pressure on mid and the jungle matchup. Look at the vision in the red side. They know what was going on the blue side. They have the time around that buff, and when the invade comes in, sure, they weren't able to get kills, but first brick to a solo victor is more than enough as a consolation prize.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling pretty good in this game already. Almost a 3,000 gold lead at 11 minutes. And a super fed victor, most farm in the game by 1 over the Corki.
And the irony is that so much of the draft was in our eyes around stopping Zac, but Zac has had nearly no influence in this matchup so far. It has been all about Ever going for some plays, barring that last one, but everything that BBQ have been doing, they've just been responding to what Ever has been doing. That dive bottom lane was the biggest one of them all, and now they're sitting at a comfortable lead. They're going to go for that bot lane tier 1 now, and with the Mountain Dragon in sight, a turret will yield this serious objective.
Yeah. The always somewhat uncomfortable. Oh, okay, hold that thought. Come back. He's going to be caught once again. There is the death sentence into the box. Smacking some heads together here is Blast. But there's that Dragon's Rage trying to kick him back. Comeback extremely low, looking to get over the wall. Balrog is going to get that attempt. We'll just put out the Chaos Storm to get the life of
Dragon's
the Alistar.
killing him.
Oh man, the Dragon trying to get on top of that Zac. Ghost is all alone here, trying to go 1v3. Totoro not in position, doesn't have his lantern. It's in the pit, and down he goes.
What a bizarre chain of events. So they try to go on Comeback, but he's pretty tanky, and Fate's Call wasn't available. So every time they've gone on Alistar before, Fate's Call was able to save him, but they actually have the inside track because they commit so much to Ghost, and a great Dragon's Rage from Malrang stopped everything, and because they attacked from different flanks, they just had no chance of saving that play.
Okay, Crazy popping his dominance, trying to go here onto Keen, at least push him out of the lane. Not going to dive the turret, but he has pushed it here. Gonna use the calling. Does have his teleport up, so he can just go back home.
Threatening with possibly going for a package play topside, but Keen's too low enough, so it would only be Corki going into the top side. And I want to draw attention to his first item, which was a Hex Drinker. Initially thought maybe it was a Sheen in lane. It's a typical Corki first back item, and he's gone with the Hex Drinker, which is a fine choice when dealing with Victor and Zac, as so much magic damage is coming out from both of them in the form of burst, so it would allow you to lane safely. However, him leaving lane was really the undoing of all of this, because had he had a Sheen or a damage item, perhaps that would have gone differently in the bottom side. Here's the engage. So they land everything onto Comeback, but that's tank. So they don't have enough damage to follow through on that. Meanwhile, Corki's coming out through the river, and they connect the Chaos Storm here, and this is fine. But the just Bless going in was the one that makes everybody from BBQ commit to all of this up there. Well, lapse in communication. Had Temp just said, you know what, I got it with Chaos Storm, or just let him go, we might be able to get a Dragon in return for the low HP of Alistar. That would have been a better play. So Zach going in ends up getting Twitch killed as well, and that's where the individual communication and team aspect is lacking in some of these lower tier teams.
Yeah, definitely getting a full helping of that tonight. So
well, Helper is not here.
Yeah, he might come in later. I mean, Keen hasn't been doing too bad. No big solo plays or anything like that, but at least he hasn't died yet. I may have spoke too soon, as there's the stun into this Lucian. Gonna be pulled back with that Q, and down he will go. I did, in fact, speak a little bit too soon.
You literally just jinxed him. That's your fault. His death is your fault.
I've got his blood on my hands. I don't feel good about this. This is a new player in LCK. Poor guy.
That's exactly what we saw in the in game 1 of SKT versus KT. Why picking carries into Renekton is a risky matchup, because if you get dove and you're not itemizing to deal with the damage and base values that come out of these champions, as well as the cleaver itemization, you're just going to be fodder 24/7. And Zac and Renekton can do this a million times over, and there's never an answer for the side of Lucian. That's why we have seen the rise of Gnar instead as an answer. As mini Gnar, you can deal with the Renekton in the same way that a range AD carry can do so, and then you also have the added benefit of turning into Mega Gnar and defend yourself from a crazy dive.
So we got Mountain Drake started here by BBQ. Ever8, they do have vision of it, but they show no signs of trying to contest it at this point. Just going to give that one over to Bless. Get that extra 25 gold.
No. This mid-game forever is now not in their terms. Not a single item has been completed as a spike. An attempt, but remember that if Alistar saves his headbutt and pulverize, disengage is unlikely to happen. He just used it!
Oh man, and in a ton of trouble now is both of these guys, as even the TP is coming in. You can Fate's Call to try to save comeback here. Will he get away? That is the question. The chase is on. Here comes Victor, and this poor little cow is going to be forced to flash the wall.
Looking for greener pastures over the Dragon Pit, but they just blew everything. Even Zac using a ornamental Let's Bounce there to try to look a little flashy on that. At least they're trading a Herald in return and a top tier 1. So the teleport, completely unnecessary on this side of BBQ, but still, they are the ones making the proactive play.
Herald is getting low, but not low enough, it seems. Blast and Tempt will get in. They can be turned on. Comeback still at full health, but here comes Crazy. Gonna make this a 4v3 for now. In comes Totoro to pop in, and Crazy trying to go onto that dive. The smite will go over to Zac, in fact. Bless will secure that Rift Herald, and now Tempt's gonna be knocked straight into the fight, and down he will go to Septed here. Comeback taking up a ton of damage, but can seemingly go down. Finally, Crazy with a double kill. With a little spin, a twirl, and a double kill, but he will be paying for it with his life. Down he does go.
They needed 5 men to take down that Renekton, and that's why you don't take these fights in the early game. That was a 3v4 and then a 3v5, and BBQ was able to almost walk away victorious out of that one. They actually did win the Smite War, and now Bless is just going straight down the mid lane, thinking about where to use that Herald next. So a good response from the side of BBQ to stop that Herald take, but you now understand the power that Ever is facing when dealing with Zac and Renekton come this mid game. These AD carries don't stand much of a chance at this early stage. Now the items like Warden's Mail are coming out into the 2 primary tanks and will only get tougher. So they need to complete not only their own damage itemizations, but the penetration items as well.
Let's take a look at this fight again. You can see the smite here from Bless is on point. It looked a little bit early from Malrong.
It's a good kick flash from him that was able to pick up Victor. Even though he had little mana, he still would have been a major contributor to this fight. And now this is just a huge slice and dice. Plus 600 gold on that one, just straight to the butcher shop. But that's a 4-1 Renekton.
Scary guy indeed. And building a lot like the other Renektons we've been seeing. Just go Black Cleaver into some tanky items.
So I'm actually not entirely sure if he intended to flash and stun Alistar and try to burst him down, or try to get the stun on the eye and secure the Herald in the combination with Bless. It worked in the end, so it might have been that they wanted to go for the Herald. So no matter what, it was still a good heads-up play from Crazy, unless we speak to him later and he reveals that he misclicked. That definitely is a possibility.
We could be results-based for now, just like how Tempt missed both of those CS, the cannon and the ranged. Let's see if he can secure his blue buff. The next question here. And yeah, Every not willing to take that fight. They do have a ton of vision over here. It can be cleaned up by BBQ as they retake that place. Double Warden's Mail on the side of both Crazy and Bless for BBQ. When you're going against this many auto attackers, I guess that is the item of choice.
Oh, absolutely. You gotta go Warden's Mail. When you, as a second they got locked in, I guarantee you the coach even told them, Ninja Tabis and Warden's Mail, no excuses.
What about Bless and Tempt then?
It's understandable for him, but even Twitch has gone with Tabis.
Yeah. Playing it smart. Gotta survive to do the damage.
There's a point where you prioritize your ability to deal damage over simply survivability. Survivability doesn't win you games in most scenarios, unless it doesn't conflict with the way that your champion operates. No boot truly makes Renekton more powerful. Sure, cooldown reduction would be nice, but most of the time he builds CDR already, and this is a truly far back Herald that I'm not entirely sure why they keep using it this far back. You could just use it a little bit closer, as he was walking that same way.
I mean, there's an okay amount of CC on the side of Every 8, but the amount of times that we've seen it get interrupted when summoned is, I think it's twice in LCK, maybe 3 times. It's very unlikely. Okay, Elastic Slingshot past the Lucian, who's forced to flash away. Big engage here from Comeback to try to save his ally. Keen getting really low, though. He will get away with his life, but look at this push coming on in. Scepted forced to flash that Elastic Slingshot. They will take out the tier 2. BBQ not looking to dive any further.
Malrun was such a hero there on Keen, using the safeguard to keep him alive, and then the blast cone to get him out of that Chaos Storm. So a true trooper there, but now BBQ have control of this red side jungle. They steal the red buff, and now you know vision is going to be dropped around this red side to prepare for a Baron in the upcoming minutes, and they can do so with ease. They can tank this one without any troubles. There is, however, a Mountain Dragon, so there's a chance they prioritize this first to minimize the chances of a steal going down.
Crazy's rotating up. As I say that, he returns to the lane. Looking for a pick onto comeback. Red buff here for Ghost, and he is in a ton of trouble, just all alone. Not the first time we've seen that happen. In comes Bless, will not have it stolen. The Ren is going to do it, but uh-oh, 2 members are going to be kidnapped up to the Crocodile, looking for that damage. Look at Duel, all alone. The hook will not land, but Ghost will flash the wall and pick up that kill. Just absolute domination by the side of BBQ, even though the Mountain Drake does go over to Everett.
Crazy's just taking him back straight to Pangea. There's no answer to this Crocodile, just having complete reign over this Rift, and now he's a 5-1 Renekton who coincidentally actually got kicked in the same direction as the Let's Bounce, so it looked like everybody just got knocked up by that one, and now they transition into a Baron, and I don't think that Ever have the tools to make a comeback into this game. Comeback is not enough. He's just been getting caught out left, right, and center, and only Fate's Call is their possible way back into this, and now Keen is
boy. Ooh. He's going to get flashed on here. The culling does come out, but Crazy still going on in. Keen in so much trouble. I mean, that's part of the LoL handbook. Don't go up against a guy who's 5 kills ahead of you.
What handbook are you reading?
Apparently not the same one as Keen. But hey, you guys can see the results of that fight. Saw that Crazy was low, and he was like, oh, maybe I can take it. But then the buff from Dominus. He was close, but not close enough.
He tried.
We give him a medal for him.
Well, that's just like the new honor system. You're forced to compliment someone. What if I didn't like anybody, huh?
Are you really forced to compliment someone? I haven't played after the patch.
I don't think so. I don't think you're forced to do it, but still, what if I don't want to do that?
Well, then you just don't compliment them. It seems pretty simple.
It's selecting from a set of compliments that I don't want to give.
Oh, what if? Is there no like other compliments where you can like type in a little?
I mean, I would do a compliment like he didn't talk at all and had no signs of raging.
I think that's the kept his cool compliment. Isn't that one of them?
Could be. It's in Korean. I can't understand.
That's
I have
true.
a Korean client, so I just click on whichever one looks cool, all right? That's why I don't know them.
That makes sense.
So I've been giving compliments that I don't understand.
Guys raging the whole game, you give them the keep it cool compliment. It's actually very fitting in a sarcastic sense.
The gig is up, all right? That's what's been going on.
Crumbs' Korean study not going as well as I had originally hoped.
It's just like how when I started playing, I ended up playing flex queue all the time. Thinking
oh, yeah, that's right.
Thinking that I was playing rank because I couldn't read it.
Well, there's always next year. We got this push going on, and Ever8's kind of just sitting under turret. No signs of wanting to engage as they are 10,000 gold behind.
They don't have the damage tools to deal with anybody on this side of BBQ right now.
They would need like a perfect engage either onto Ghost or Tempt, and it would have to be like Fate's call into a big knock-up from the Alistar, perhaps into a kick.
But that's not enough.
Even then.
Renekton's a huge threat.
Yeah. They'd have to somehow get around the giant Croc. And here he goes, jumping on in with the help of Blaz. And you can see just how little damage both these guys are taking. Duel, he's going to disappear along with the tower. And in comes the Spray and Pray, another tool that Ever8 just cannot deal with at this moment in time. Down goes the first inhibitor, won't be the last.
Oh, they are not choosing to try to end it. They just want to make sure that they take everything that Ever has to offer, going with that second inhibitor into the mid lane, and there is no chance of retaliation on the side of Ever8 this time around. They can just think about next game, as right now this one is all but over.
Yeah, looking like lights out here for Ever8, and especially with the Mountain Drake on the way, basically means they have no chance of getting any objective, like a Baron or even an Elder Dragon if they can push it that late. Really in a tough spot here.
There's a Knight's Vow on Malrang. At least he's had his pride.
He has his pride.
Yeah.
He fought for justice and honor, like any knight would do, but he's still 1-3.
Well, I think now in the UK you can get knighted for not being a fighter. You can be an actor and get knighted.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It's
funny how that works.
Sir Patrick Stewart, Sir Elton John, there's a couple others. Paul McCartney, all sirs.
Is it preferable to be called Sir? Would you like if I call you Sir Crumbs? Is that something you would like, Crumbs?
Maybe in another setting.
All right, I see. What about Sir Alberto? I don't really feel like that fits, honestly.
Call me by my middle name, Sir Miguel.
Oh, that's good.
That sounds
yeah,
more
that's nice. Well, this is the push we were all waiting for. BBQ looking to end this game before 30 minutes. Shouldn't be too hard of a task. Looking to get 2 wins in LCK, both against the same team.
Baby steps. You got to start somewhere. Oh, actually, yeah, both against the same team.
Okay, here we go. Bless going in alone, kind of just tanking for his team. And here's Crazy, come back trying to make something work. And Scepted all the while is going to be flayed out of his Valkyrie. Really nice Chaos Storm is going to end their life, and everybody's just going to melt. That's going to do it, guys, for game number 1. BBQ just trying to get as many kills as possible before ending out this game. Totoro looking for that hook is going to miss, even though they're all in the pool, and that will be game number 1. going over to the BBQ Olivers.
Ever since that awful dive into the bottom lane, we knew this game would end just like this, so no surprise to absolutely nobody. And I would imagine that even Ever themselves was not surprised ever since that horrendously botched tower dive at around 8-minute mark. But BBQ at least showing signs of knowing how to close the game out. Granted, the compositions did benefit them if they were to get significantly far ahead. So next game, we might see a different change of draft, but even maybe a substitution coming in from the side of Ever.
Yeah, you might. I mean, Keen's performance on the Lucian top was lackluster. He really had a hard time dealing with the Renekton Zag dives. Was going kind of even in the lane before the dives did come out. Comeback's play on Alistair was, again, I guess we're just going to have to wait for comeback number 4, guys.
And then you got the list right here. That's 117 times that Zach has been pretty much picked or banned, and
100% of the time.
Yeah, so that's 100% of the time they let him go once again. I think we've learned the lesson that we thought we knew since day one. Don't let Zach go through.
Give him Caitlyn instead. Caitlyn right now is sitting at a 70% win ratio, though. Hasn't been picked and banned as many times as Zach, but I think people found out about the Caitlyn after about 2 weeks in LCK. It didn't happen right at the beginning.
What do you mean? No more Lucian? He should have played Mordekaiser. And here's the dive that started everything. They went for a 3-man dive. They had Corki in the wings as well, but it was too late.
Look at these graphics.
From Kalista was off. And then they were able to just clean everybody right at the end. Look at this one. And Alistair, just to go back in, donates his life. Oh, the corpse falls on the rat. If this was real life, that would have been Twitch going down too.
Taking a look at this in crystal clear 360p. Really enjoyable. Really enjoyable for me. Yeah, I mean, as you said before, it really was just the one dive. This was the mistake that BBQ made, where Bless goes in and sacrifices his life to the Dragon God. And Ghost says, "I won't let you die alone, brother."
Yeah, they could have just let him go, but he ended up dying. Then the lantern gets thrown the wrong way. Oh well, this was about as bad as it got for them this game, and we got ourselves another HD reel. But sorry.
The big slice and dice.
This is just the Renekton mid-game power. Like, that's a plus 600 gold on that slice and dice, and he ended up having to be wrangled by 5 people to actually go down, considering that he had Cleaver, Tabis by this stage in the game. And ever since then, it just looked like this. This is exactly what the game looked like. The kick goes on to Renekton into everybody else. You could not have planned that one better.
Oh boy. And this is the 1v1. Keen tries to show off, hey, I can stand up to the 5-1 Renekton. Oh wait, no I can't.
He flashed in the face of the culling to even add more disrespect.
So here's our result. Ahead 15,000 gold, only 1 turret, and 4 kills for Ever8. They did also pick up 1 Mountain Drake. The Renekton having almost as much damage as the Twitch in this game.
This game was such a wonky game, to be honest. Ever didn't do a whole lot ever since that play happened to the bottom side. The composition relied on getting ahead early on, and the movements in the map didn't tell us that they were going to go for that. So it felt like they let these power picks go through without much of an answer, and they paid dearly for it ever since they failed going for that tower dive.
Look at that Kalista damage, though. Just barely peeking above the Lee Sin. Never really got an opportunity to be hitting much of anything. Just kind of died in a lot of these fights. So, as you said, I think there's a lot for Ever8 to think about as we do jump into our 8-minute break. We'll see you guys in just a couple minutes before we get to game number 2. Welcome back, guys, to the Nexon Arena. We're going to be jumping into game number 2 of Ever8 versus BBQ. BBQ looking to get another win over the only team that they have defeated, and Ever8 trying to avoid relegation in the same sense.
Oh, what a curious storyline. Get a win over the one guy. It's got to be crazy, of course. Give it to the Renekton. Had so much pressure in this matchup. To be fair, he was up against Lucian, the top lane, and maybe somebody's been watching a little bit too much Huni to go for this draft. However well he might have laned, it just never really panned out as Crazy ended up 8-1 and 3. That's such a huge KD. Look at that. He's 1v3ing right now. Bam. Taking to 2 more contenders, flashing into 3 more people. But at this rate, this game was over. And we didn't get to see the major play that led to that complete disaster. But it was bad. And we hope that Ever can find some sort of footing this time around, as they have stuck with the same lineup, no substitutions.
Really trying to give Keen a chance here. Not just going to take him out after one Lucian game where the laning phase was, you know, somewhat even. And then come back. They generally don't like to sub out any of their players, you know, mid-series. So it does make sense that they don't here.
Just think about what it does for your mentality, however, if you're a helper. You've been top laner for the team, Challenger Series, you've been having a rough time in the LCK, but now you get subbed out by a Lucian main in the top lane, right? That's like we're choosing a guy that mains Lucian that's going to debut Lucian over you. That, while initially you might be thinking, okay, just put somebody new to make him practice harder or something. Whew. I can agree with the sentiment to not replace mid-series and give a rookie more chances, as Ever can bounce back, but they're going to need a lot more cohesion this time around if they choose to at least survive till 20 minutes.
Well, they are going to be on blue side this time around, so they do get an opportunity to get one of these big picks in the first rotation. We'll see if they decide to mix up what they ban at all. Going with the Talia again. Will it be Galio number 2? Yes, it will be. But I think BBQ can't really target Septed as much in this game. Like, going for an Orianna ban here would be kind of risky, because then you get put in the same situation where it's you either give Ever8 Caitlyn or you give them Zac. So they're going to go ahead and ban Caitlyn right now.
Get rid of Kate right from the get-go, and now Ever can have the choice of, are we going to first pick Zac if we have it? I would hope they do so and leave that ban for BBQ to decide, as the remaining power picks aren't quite there.
Yeah, they're in a good spot to pick up Elise here from Malrong. We've seen what he can do on blue side Elise, and as I say that, they ban it. I was thinking, you know, go for some other kind of ban, maybe even like Renekton, you know, try to first pick the Elise because BBQ's forced into a Zac ban.
I think they'll first pick Lee now, though, as 2 jungle bans come out. Just get rid of the power pick junglers, have a more even playing ground with these champions. And Malrong has been having some decent Lee Sin games before with some great kicks. However, last game was not an indicament of how this team is going to play. I sure would hope so. And what will the first pick be? It's actually going to be Kalista, and I actually expect this to be the trend much more often as we continue going into series, especially as Rocks, Tigers, and them quoting the EULCS inspire them to pick up that champion. And now it seems like the rest of the world has been catching on.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible what you can do with the utility of Fate's Call. You can save your, you know, your partner in crime, if you will. Also, you can engage quite well. You have a ton of mobility. It offers so much safety around objectives too. With the Rend, you can really secure Baron and Dragon pretty easily with that.
Well, I want to throw a bone at EU for innovation. They are responsible for the bottom lane that we know today of AD carry and support. Previously, Season 1, Season 2, you used to see mid lane be an AD carry, and it was them that were like, you know what, let's have some stability in the bottom lane, support and AD. And they've also brought out Tristana recently with Reckless, with the Kennen as well. Now they have the Kalista that the rest of the world seems to be agreeing upon. So they're missing a fair other champions in many other roles throughout the years, but the region has been known to be a primary innovator in the global scene of League of Legends, and now Korea has been taking another note from their pagebook. Page book, is that a word?
Page book.
A book of pages, of league pages.
Page from their book, I think. Something like that. Septed will get his Orianna. And already you have a nice set of engages there. Fate's Call, Grand Entrance from Comeback. The quickness, of course. Septed having some options for how he can engage.
But the time we saw that combination work was with Rocks, with Key and Sangyun, and Key was on point. I mean, this guy has a huge champion pool similar to Max, and the engages were definitely there, and the synergy between Duel and Comeback has to remain just pristine if they want to actually pull this off. We didn't have much to hope for with the Kalista Alistar last time around, so they need to have sharpened this combination in practice and scrims significantly more than the Alistar Kalista. At least Kalista is definitely what they have been preferring, as they have first rotationed it in both blue side and red. But the support, we just don't know yet.
Thresh going to be banned out. Going to deny that support. We have one more ban here for BBQ if they want to continue targeting Malrong. You know, you still have Gragas available, but also Rek'Sai, the new favorite of 7-12 after the slight buffs that he got to the Void Rush, making that ultimate so much easier to hit, making its opponents be forced to flash away from it if they want to survive that damage.
Yeah, I'm curious about the Rek'Sai ban. While Gragas remains, Malrong has actually not had a single game on that champion, so understandably so they leave it up. However, if he did practice it, it would make a lot of sense to take away perhaps a Renekton Gragas combination, and all of a sudden you've got yourself a powerful, powerful draft on the side of Ever that could snowball out of control if they play their cards right.
Okay, they were thinking about, do we go for the mid lane or do we flex the Karma in? And it looks like this time Totoro will be picking up the Alistar, trying to show Comeback how to play that pick.
Could it be a next level BM that we haven't even foreseen? Possibly so. However, the lane of Twitch Alistar is completely defensive. The all-in potential relies on the Kalista and Rakan making mistakes, and Renekton will be taking right back up. Absolutely, you got to go for it with this draft so far. And Gragas would make sense here, as you would be able to mitigate a lot of Alistar's engages, separate the fight, and more importantly, use your cask. When Twitch opens up, get him out of the fight. You can easily trade your explosive cask for the spray and pray and have huge impact in a team fight. And I like this draft from Ever, but execution was the issue last time around. So no matter how great their picks might be, it's going to be what they can bring to the Rift in terms of their mechanical and team ability.
Yeah. No more dives on the bottom side that lose you 3 members, please. That'll be a good start for them. Yeah, I'm sure Malrong's going to be pretty good on that Gragas. Any jungler that has come into LCK should know how to play that pick. And Vladimir.
Are you serious? Lucian, is he going to do this? No. Okay, see, this is the logical pick. Thank you.
Yeah, just a little bit of trolling, you know.
He's just telling him, you should have been playing Gnar. What are you doing? I'll show you how you deal with Renekton. So he takes out the Gnar himself. Full prehistory here, as Gnar has those caveman-like features, as well as...
He's even got a skin for it too, right? He like throws...
No, he just throws boomerangs naturally.
No, I was playing ARAM, I think it was, and I just randomly got this skin. Not 100% sure because it's in Korean again, but...
Hey, you speak Korean. You can't play that card.
Yeah, that's why I think it was prehistoric, but I don't know exactly. Let me actually search this.
I think that's prehistoric Renekton, by the way.
Hold on, I'm searching.
All right. Google away in the meantime. These compositions are pretty solid all around. BBQs will need to group up for them to start making any plays, as the crowd control comes from Alistar and Gnar, whereas Ever have much more tools in the individual, so they would have no problems getting advantages in lane and staying in the lane to start farming up some leads, whereas on the side of BBQ, not so much. And now we have Renekton on the hands of Keen. He saw what Crazy could do on him, but what about himself? He now understands a little bit more of how competitive LCK runs, the pressure game, and how his team is going to play around him, and maybe so with Renekton in his hands, he might be able to have a much more impactful game than having Lucian top.
Yeah, Crazy looking to put on the hurt this time around with that Gnar. See if they can shut down Keen. Keen really looking to have a good performance and take the top spot, the top lane for his own above Helper. He's got a pretty good opportunity to do it this time around. So guys, the game is ready, loaded up. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 2.
It's like a battle of the sexes.
Seems that way. We got a whole male cheering section for the side of every 8 winners.
You know, that was a show back where I'm from in Venezuela, and you just have them do irrelevant contests, and then they would just argue with each other.
Battle of the Sexes?
Yeah.
I think that was in America, too.
It was.
I've heard of that show.
It was extra raunchy in South America.
Ah. Maybe you can show me some time, Crumbs.
Maybe.
It wasn't a good show?
I didn't watch it that much.
Ah, I see. By the way, the skin I was thinking of was, I think, Dino Gnar.
Yeah, he literally has a Snuggie, like a onesie on.
Maybe that's not the one then. It must have been El Leon Gnar.
Oh, right, that one. Little lion.
Yeah.
Well,
It looked kind of prehistoric, I don't know. Nice little leash here from Malrong at the Raptors. Come back and duel. Trying to make things interesting here at the blue buff. Trying to force a flash.
Trying to force a smite,
Or,
too.
yeah, the smite, rather.
That should get Malrang ahead, and this is more like the Ever playbook that we're used to seeing them do. Have information on your jungler, allow Malrang to start getting some camp advantages, and have him be first to any gank or any camp. And if they can pull that off with the advantages that so far they have in pressure in this bottom side, this might translate into potential avenues for Malrang to gank and find some kills.
See, he's just heading over to his blue buff. See if he tries to make a play towards stop after that. Looks like he's going to go for the Wolves first before clearing that out directly.
So he's just using that extra time to know that Kha'Zix is not going to be in a position to invade. Kha'Zix, a champion known to be able to go for those 1v1 skirmishes early on if the lane positions allow him to do so. And so far, top lane would indicate so, but not so much into the mid lane. But that advantage at least lets Gragas get past the early game and get to a couple of items, get to a couple of levels, which is exactly where he wants to be in dealing with these immobile champions such as Karma and Twitch.
A gigantic wave pushing into this bottom turret against that very defensive lane of Twitch and Alistar. Just trying to farm under turret as well as possible. You can see Keen just being pushed in by Crazy on the opposite side of the map.
Some dangerous trading there. At least he does not miss that cannon wave.
Just had a recall there from Bless, who is down a level now on Malrong, taking the Scuttle Crab.
Gotta say, looking at that trade, I'm a little worried about Keen's debut here. Maybe some nerves. You don't know exactly what is up, but that trade, the criticism for it came from the fact that it's a big minion wave, so he will trade a lot more damage. And Mininar is who you do not want to be trading if you're a tanky champion such as Renekton, as the hyper damage can stack up on you, and that percent HP is like a top.
Look at this flash on in. They really want to make it work on the Crazy. There's the flash body slam and first blood over to Malrong.
So, is he blind? There was a ward in the try.
Good question, Crumbs.
There was he saw him there. Right? Like, that's not a, we saw the ward and he just, okay. Well, you need eyes to play League of Legends.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a mistake. I think he just wasn't expecting that kind of a play, a commitment perhaps out of Ever 8.
I hope somebody comes out and tweets at me, be like, you know what? I'm streaming myself playing League and I'm blind. I only play with my other senses.
He just gets greedy going for the minions. I mean, something he cannot do. He just assumed that Malrong would complete the recall. And when you're going up against the Renekton Gragas, there's just so much CC you cannot stay near if the Gragas is anywhere near your lane.
Yeah, well, the kill went over to Malrang, so at least the Nar's laning phase will not be as hindered as it would have been otherwise. But double Ninja Tabis on the side of these two top lane tanks. And when you're dealing with Karma as your sole AP champion, it is a perfectly viable boot choice.
Yeah, not too much CC on the side of BBQ, except out of Gnar, I suppose. We'll go for some big combos later on. We got a little play down in the bot lane. They're going to be knocking in comeback. Down goes the Ignite out of Totoro. Forced to flash his way out, but that's too much damage. The Ignite last tick will pick up the kill.
He's just dancing around. I don't think I've seen somebody get in melee range of Alistar with a minion wave coming in to get headbutted into it. So I don't know what's going on here today. Like, nothing makes sense.
And body slam to knock Bless back.
He's going to get collapsed on by Renekton. Look at Oriana's on her way. Okay, she does have flash. She is Renekton.
He doesn't have his leap right now. He's stuck. And Gnar can't get to him. There's the body slam. Ward goes down. Keen going over. The flash will be used into the leap, who does get off cooldown, and he makes it out.
Oh, for dear life, he gets his smite on that Grump. Otherwise, he certainly would have given a donation to Keen.
Oh, boy. Duel all by himself, going 1v2.
What?
And forced to flash the wall. It's getting a little bit too close to the Alistar. Didn't even have to burn flash for that play. The Alistar, I mean.
One of the reasons why Alistar isn't meta is because so much of it relies around your opponents getting out of position. His engage almost always needs flash to actually work, but everybody's just allowing him to get these plays off scot-free. And let's see how comeback starts this off. So they jump in right away, but the minion wave is here. There's no way they can win. It's a cannon wave on the way. Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Ghost doing that a little bit too early to secure himself the kill. But at least they do get the kill in the end.
Yeah, kill is a kill. Summoners are summoners too. And now Alistar has flash and nobody on Ever's side has their own, which means...
Oh, he got nice steal there from Malrong. Looking to carry the team on his back, one blue buff at a time.
That's the kind of game we're at right now, where we're throwing out casks to go for steals.
Crazy. Yeah, he's trading here. Keen very confidently going in against that mini Gnar.
Love that control ward.
I love that spot. They never check there.
Yeah, always works in Celica, and then nobody even goes there, and then you wonder, man, should I have even bought a control ward?
Yeah, it's good because it survives for a very long time, but you only scout really that one path from the Raptors towards mid.
Some action top as Gragas makes his way over, and Crazy's going to lose his Mega Gnar soon.
Yeah, in comes Gragas. He is knocked into the wall, but there's Dominus and Crazy in a ton of trouble. There is the flash body slam. Malrong, much as in the way that he played that Elise in that one series, he's trying to make so many ganks work across the map and get his laners ahead. In comes the TP now from Keen. Trying to get onto Ghost here, but it looks like they will settle for Totoro, deciding that both comeback and duel are just too low and they won't go in.
So the gank they get top now yields a disadvantage for Keen because he TP's bottom with no net gain. Renekton still hasn't phased, so now Crazy, it's as if he never died. Oh my man, what are they doing? Okay, at least Twitch has a big CS lead, and they still have flash on Totoro, which, by the way, could have likely gone for a flash pulverize to actually secure a kill onto either comeback or duel. So just happy to get that teleport, I suppose. And now Kalista is going to lane top against Gnar. We got ourselves a Renekton Rakan lane. You know, don't see that one too often, but it will soon be a union that just doesn't last long. I think Rakan realizes that his love is not crocodiles.
She's on a different map of Summoner's Rift. Not on this one, unfortunately.
I mean, it's a swap, but it's so telegraphed because Kalista went to lane solo.
Yeah.
So it just means that now they're going to lose topside instead of bottom.
I mean, immediately Ghost and Totoro go up top. And okay. They're deciding against it as Orkana's going mid for now. I mean, Renekton is still bot. Keen hasn't moved from that spot. Maybe looking for a play, a little gank onto Tempt here, but he has read it. No flash on Marong for the engage. He will flash away, but there's the grand entrance into the body slam and shockwave. And that should be the kill going over to Septed.
It's so greedy from Tempt, knowing everybody was MIA, does not respect the move. Now Bless will be finding Keen face checking him.
Yeah, just forced to leap away. And that should be the first turret going over to Ever8 in this situation. Tempt playing a little bit too far forward and no chance at defense here for BBQ.
All he had to do was everything that he didn't do. He saw the ward get yeah, you got it? Yeah. That's it. So he placed the ward topside, and they know that the dual lane is missing, and especially because they don't want to lane against Twitch Alistar right now. They don't have sums. So he just got so greedy going for that extra harass. You're not doing anything to Septed at this point, so understandably so. He ends up paying with his life, and they lose tier 1 mid from just so a poor positioning, poor decision. Just broke.
Okay, and here's that dive underneath the turret. That's going to be an easy kill pickup for Ghost. And, I mean, that's what you were saying. The flash was about to come up. He did heal, but...
Throw the analysis out the window.
You want to join play-by-play with me?
I guess. Well, that's all
you want
there
to practice
is.
your play-by-play during this series?
There's only plays here.
The never before seen double play-by-play cast. It's probably been done before.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around the why behind so many of these decisions. And you find one string of, okay, I can kind of see it, and then it just goes haywire.
Uh-oh, Totoro. They don't really see him, but look at Tempt. He's going to be shockwaved and the engage from comeback. They're really looking for that kill, but Septed incredibly low on the backside. Bless is going to pick up that trade kill, going 1 for 1.
The reason why so many of these things are so bizarre is because almost none of them are actually around objectives. These fights are just fights to fight. They just want
like solo kill?
Yeah, they just want to kill each other.
They're just going for it. Any semblance of strategy out the window. 1v1 now, Bless jumping in. Malrang out of mana, but Bless still will back off.
Gragas is too tanky right now. 3-0-1. Tabby's in completed jungle item. Make him a true threat on top of having Smite like he could have used on that Raptor camp had Bless chosen to continue that chase, so wisely so does he retreat.
It's only Duel up here in top. Just come back to go back. Duel not going to attempt the 1v2 this time around. Decides better of it this time.
Okay, so they're fighting. There's vision, but they see what's going on, and they know that mid lane is under control from Septed. So, I mean, they know they're looking for a fight because Totoro is waiting in the pixel brush. He wouldn't be waiting if you're not looking to pick somebody off. But they didn't even have they didn't have any proper vision or control of lanes before they did that. Comes Ghost, might be fancying a 1v2.
He does have red buff.
Completed Bork too.
It's not out of the question. They may have tried that.
So I want to criticize mid Karma in general. Right now, you build, it's a cheap build. You can go with the Athene's Holy Grail, Sensor as well. Got cheaper. Mercury Treads make her effective, but it's a champion that has 1 damage ability. Tether barely counts as damage. That's like saying Hook from Thresh is a damage ability. So,
I mean, it is, technically.
Yeah, nearly every ability is a damage ability.
We're not going to get too deep here on the broadcast.
So you're picking this champion that is built for lane, and you take teleport for the lane. Oh,
This is your chance to play-by-play, Crumbs.
Oh, take it over. You got this. Excite me.
Please, no, you take it.
But okay, so Karma mid.
Yeah,
we can look at this and nothing's gonna happen because we know the way that these guys are playing. But the champion, when you take teleport, you want to go for the laning phase, and then, you know, I was talking to even Papa about it, and it's like, oh, I like the Karma to match the pressure of a split pusher, such as LeBlanc, an AP split pusher, because her itemization, being magic resistant, is super easy to deal with these AP threats. But right now, the meta, there's not many AP champions going into the side lanes. We see Cassin every once in a while, but they jump Gragas.
Okay, Gragas in a lot of trouble, but nice play here from Comeback. The huge combo as Septic comes on in. Ever 8, they're looking for this game. That's a double kill going over to Septic. Keen trying to make it even more interesting. The triple kill this time going over to Septic, and that should be an easy follow-up on the Rift Herald.
And guess what? They're fighting to fight. Once again, they see Gragas, they decided we must kill Gragas. They had no business in the mid lane, and Septic collapses faster and ends up cleaning house. That's now a fed Orianna, 4-1-1, completed Morellonomicons, and she's gonna have a Luden really early on, and there's nobody on the side of BBQ that can truly deal with her. And here we go, and watch the minimap. Look at where Karma is, and look at where Orianna is. They're taking this fight. What?
See Gragas, kill Gragas.
Why would you do this? They even blow teleport to try to go onto this. They have no vision around Herald to even think about taking this battle. Of course they're going to lose it.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, in hindsight is 20/20, especially for us.
I mean, if you're looking backwards, then everything looks just like a right move in hindsight. I don't even know. I'm losing it, man. This is so. What? Like, why would you take? So Karma. So you take teleport, but then she can't match the side lanes. Her ability to teleport into fights is not there.
Well, she can flash away from the Gragas.
Note how many times Karma ends up using her teleport effectively from now on. People usually save it to try to make some sort of miracle play, but in reality, that never happens. It's a pipe dream.
Do you think she should take some other summoner then?
Yes, but I also think we should be staying away from Karma mid. Only under incredibly specific circumstances is Karma mid, I think, as viable as we make it out to be. So many games of Karma mid are won before the game turns into a 5v5 scenario that it might seem that the champion isn't really effective, but remember, it got nerfed. It's been switched more and more towards a supportive style role, and now even more so that she's got Ardent Sensor and the Holy Grail completed. She just relies on Twitch getting far ahead. So if you're relying on your side lanes to get ahead, why not pick a champion that can influence that a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing, you were talking about the 1 damage abilities. Some of these players, especially guys like Crown, they've just been building full AP instead. And they just say, okay, we're just going to have this 1 nuke, and that's about it. We're going to mantra Q you and chunk you down. Your squishies are going to have about half health, and that's what makes Karma good in these team fights. But
I see it as wasted potential. You got so many great mid laners here that putting them on Karma seems like a lackluster champion for them to shine in.
Well, I mean, she does a decent job pushing and, holding off those pushes. So the Korean mid laner is always liking that kind of play. I just wonder what you would take instead. Because, we have Talia, Syndra banned out all the time. And hold that thought. Crazy is going to go Mega Gnar here. He lands that slow and will be forced to flash. The second one here is Keen, getting a little bit too far forward and not respecting that Gnar.
And this is Gragas going for a 1v3 invade, but mid lane was pushed in and so is top. Here comes Karma. Wow. No.
Oh boy. Come back. Nice little play there to get out of danger. But yeah, I mean, Talia, Syndra banned out all the time. You see Orianna a lot. Sometimes Victor. Galio, of course.
Corki's better. Well, Corki, I think there's still a debate as to how meta he is. If you truly want to help your side lanes out and have some decent pressure in mid lane, at least to an extent, you can go Corki and make some plays happen around package. And while it's unlikely to yield an objective or kills if people play it well because package is incredibly telegraphed, then you likely can just make people back off from a tower. Imagine that game 1, had that dive been utilized, had been executed properly, packaged, layered on top of the pulverize immediately, we could have seen a completely different game 1.
Yeah, and Gorky does offer that nuking potential. Probably a lot less utility in general. You know, less shielding, stuff like that when you do compare it to the Karma, but bigger damage threat overall.
And also Karma doesn't translate that well into the late game. With 1 damage ability, if you build her nuke, it's 1 ability, and if you build her utility, she's full utility. And when you have front lines in a 5v5 that can soak that initial damage, your engagers might be able to hit the backline, but without the main damage threat there, then you're stuck just waiting for your cooldown again. Also, there's Victor. Get done, Victor. Has at least better wave clear.
We don't see Aurelion Sol all that much. Just some key members of LCK that were playing a little bit in spring.
I believe Septa tried his hand at Aurelion Sol this split. Yeah. But I think mostly it's Huhi from CLG. So on a completely different note, I had chicken's feet yesterday. I ate it for the
how
first
was
time.
it? Did you have it with bone or without bone?
Without bone.
Okay.
It was served with a bed of rice with seaweed, sesame seed, and some caviar. I think not caviar, salmon roe. It was odd. I thought the texture was a bit bizarre.
It has a lot of cartilage, right?
Yeah, it's cartilage heavy, but the flavor was actually pretty good. I would eat it again.
Was it really spicy, or did they give you just normal?
It was spicy. I have a really high spice tolerance, so I don't get fazed by it. So I just ate it nonstop. Yeah, I trained myself in the finest of Indian restaurants.
Yeah, chicken's feet, definitely one of the more spicy dishes of Korean cuisine, for you guys who are curious. Definitely have the potential to make it extremely spicy.
Why did they do that?
I don't know. I don't know, you're asking the wrong guy. I had it once too. It was weird. You know I'm not the biggest
experimental eater.
Yeah. I like to go with my basic stuff. Give me some pasta.
Oh god. Oh no.
But I did have chicken's feet. It was okay. It was very cartilage heavy.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't a huge fan. And it was pretty spicy, which made it pretty hard to eat after all.
Well, I think we've had the discussion before. Being able to eat everything that a foreign culture eats is typically seen as a one-way ticket into receiving a warm welcome from that culture. So I typically like to eat anything and everything to be traveling worldwide and try as many different foods as possible and to experience the full extent of a Korean lifestyle.
You definitely gain a lot of respect if you can eat the spicy chicken's feet, that's for sure. Well, they're going in here looking for the stun onto Crazy. A nice knockback, though, from Crazy, ulting them away, saying, no, get out of my house. Meanwhile, BBQ just going to pick up the easy top turret. Although it looks like that bot turret should go down to Ever at the same time.
Don't you dare start Baron here. Okay, good. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but now Twitch gets some free farm, and he's already 50 CS up on Duel. And while he's stuck farming into the mid lane, there are no teleport for wards for Keen to go in here. So this push is unlikely to be met with a battle, although Gragas certainly doesn't think so.
Incepted's making his way up too. Double teleport from BBQ saying, okay, you want to fight? We'll give you a fight. And then backing off.
Oh, man.
Double cancel.
You could have just, waited for them to commit before that ends up happening. Actually, they had that control ward really far back that they could have utilized.
Yeah, kind of a weak play, but they do get out of harm's way at the end of it all here. Do have an early QSS pickup from the Twitch from Ghost. Not just going to be spamming damage this game. Wants to make sure he can get out of all of the CC that Every does have.
I mean, sure. You're going to get hit by the charm maybe Gragas, but you shouldn't get in range of Gragas. You should definitely not be in range of Renekton, especially when you have Inspire from Carmen and Alistar to frontline for you. So I think in the position that BBQ is in, Ghost should have actually itemized more damage right now. He's finally able to complete the Hurricane. However, he might have been able to have more items nearing towards that Infinity Edge, which against the squishies of Kalista, Rakan, and Orianna definitely could have made for an explosive fight that is exactly what BBQ needs to get back into this game. Not to say that they're not in, as it's only a 2,000 gold advantage on the side of Ever.
Yeah, I mean, you essentially are going to be relying on Ghost in the backline to be doing the majority of your damage. You know, a nuke out of Tempt and basically just mainly engage out of Crazy. He does have the Black Cleaver to make the, you know, the damage out of Twitch even better.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Bless has a Black Cleaver as well.
But you can forget about Kha'Zix being a main damage dealer. His damage comes from that isolation, and there's no chance he's going to actually get those resets, even though he doesn't have the Evolve Leap just yet. But for somebody to get so far out that he can just pounce on them, and here's a 5, man.
Okay, they're going for the Alistar, who gets a double knock-up here. In comes the teleport, the quickness, getting a double charm here, and a double knock-up on Attempt and Bless. No follow-up, though. Nobody's in position to put down any damage, and nobody on BBQ dies.
Just testing the waters out, see what happens. But the teleport did come through from Keenan. They got 2 crucial flashes. Kalista and Orianna did burn theirs, and Totora still has his. And now Ever is poised with the decision of what to do in the next 5 minutes. They are going to have to think about this Baron, as now that they don't have flashes, and they are going to start it.
Meanwhile, Cloud Drake being taken by Crazy. Does have his TP. No commitment just yet. BBQ still not even 100% about this. Now they should have some idea this is going down. Jumping the wall here is Keen, and that's just going to go down to the Rens. Duel taking that, but at least BBQ gets a Cloud Drake.
Cloud Drake. There
Nice.
you go. All right. Sweet.
Now they can run really fast.
Nobody was on the map, and oh boy. What? Like, okay. The reason you should know why they're doing Baron is because the second that they blew those summoners, it means that if a fight is to happen again, where both teams are 5v5, which is the stage that we're in, it would allow the setup of BBQ to pounce onto the carries, and therefore the chances of them winning a fight would go up exponentially because of the setup. Now after the fight disengages and you don't give them a chance to set up properly, aka going for that Baron right away, you can fight on your terms. And now just, okay, redemption doesn't kill war. It's like, what? Why is that? Why? Okay, so they stay pushing mid and give up a free Baron.
Many questions have been asked, not many answered here in this series. Seemingly just lots of mistakes, so it's hard to expect the very tippy top play out of, you know, number 8, or rather number 9 and number 10 here.
Well, it was a good move by Ever, however, to start that Baron. That was definitely a heads-up move by them, so kudos for going for that one.
Totoro looking for the engage, daring them to stay, but then losing half his health.
Well, Ever can feel safe pushing forward and getting some turret damage anytime that Ghost is up. So ambush is so important in them deciding whether they push or not. So the second he leaves the map, looks like they're going to go into Crazy on Keen, but he does have Flash. This is just too obvious.
Yeah, hard to make this work. Borg does come out, and Crazy is on the chase with that Frozen Mallet, but again, they can't get the kill, and a huge engage at the same time. They're not going to get Tempt. The Shockwave does miss. In the meantime, Comeback getting a little bit too deep here is going to be chased and slowed down and taken out, and somehow, some way, Everett can botch the dive. And coming here from the mid lane is Ghost, looking to catch all these guys out, but decides to turn on to Keen, in fact, who still does have his flash, will attempt to flash away, but in a ton of danger here. There's a slice and dice. And the flash here from Crazy is going to go for that kill. Dominus coming out here looking for that cooldown to try to dash away again, but it will not come up, and BBQ will secure another kill.
That dive was so botched. They used so many abilities but didn't combo any of them together. Shockwave completely missed, and they had no chance of really losing that. There was no serious damage threat. Karma was immediately CC'd, and only Kha'Zix Shockwave gets used for wave clear. They can just tank this one right now.
Well, do have to be careful as Malron coming in here. Can engage, does have everything available to him. Cask about to come off cooldown. So they will respect it and back off, but they've delayed a lot of time for this Baron. They're definitely still very competitive in this game.
I want to see exactly what happened on that dive, because that should have been Ever's window into BBQ's base. Now they catch Bless, but he's just seeing his blue buff get taken away. No chance of getting it back.
Yeah, so they got the Baron and they got one turret, essentially. And here is the replay.
All right, let's take a look. So Cass gets used at the same time as the ultimate, at the same time as Shockwave. And immediately the headbutt, it gets used as a counter response. And Orianna has to tank her, so she has to back off. The carries are already just so far out of position. This is exactly, you know how you can avoid this exact same play? Here's how you do it. You say, all right, guys, let's go for a dive. Okay, who's going to start the dive? Say, oh, Gragas. I will start the dive. And then you let Gragas do it, and then everybody else follows through. Instead of, let's dive, and then everybody goes in at the same time, and then every ability ends up whiffing.
It was like one flash from Tempt, basically dodged both the Grand Entrance and the Shockwave, and he wasn't put close enough to his team with the Cask.
Because it was used at the same time as the flash engage from comeback.
Yeah. So, communication issues, definitely part of the reason they've had some trouble here in LCK.
Well, it's a young team, but so many, you know, for how long can we just say it's a young team? It's a young team, right? This is their first split in here, but these are issues that can be at least addressed to an extent that they're not as visible as they are today.
Yeah. It's always cool to see some of those younger teams or teams that aren't doing well come into fruition and actually start to play very well. I mean, just saw Jin-Air yesterday 2-0ing Samsung and looking really pristine in their play.
Oh, that was some sublime League of Legends on their side. I'm so excited for Jin-Air, really. I think that's the one team that I can truly get my hopes up. Not KT, not anymore.
Yeah, no. I'm still on that Longju boat. I really liking Longju as a team. I like the personalities they've got on their side. The Con-Cuz combo, BDD with the ridiculous KDA, the veteran bot lane. Definitely one of my favorite teams.
They definitely have a lot to write home about.
But, I mean, talking about Jin-Air, as I said earlier on, you know, this BBQ Ever 8 matchup, this is basically what Jin-Air Kongdu was last split. So they've come so far.
That's all right, Jesus. So it's the flame.
Well, I mean, it's the reality of the situation, where those guys were in terms of their records. And Jin-Air, they've made gigantic strides in the course of half a year. Very admirable. So we're having a fight over the Ocean Drake here.
Yeah, beautiful timing to decide for this battle when Baron comes up in 20 seconds. Complete sarcasm, by the way. This dragon is meaningless.
I mean, it will just give position here to Ever 8 to push into mid, but they're gonna not take it.
They have complete inside track onto the Baron side. They should just be going to Baron. They have Kalista. If they get a couple of seconds of work onto Baron, they can secure it with Ren, but they're waiting for BBQ to check for Ocean, and they realize, hey, wait a minute, it's just Ocean Dragon. What do we care about it?
Okay, coming from the right side, immediate disengage. Keen is going in, looking for that engage. Come back from the left side, and there's a big shockwave, but look at that huge shield from everybody on the side of BBQ. Ghost is so low, but he's kiting on the left side. Finally, he gets taken out here. So low. Crazy will have his GA pop. Stutero in a ton of trouble. That's going to be 3 kills going over to the side of Ever 8.
That was a fantastic shockwave from Septed, getting Ghost and Tempt at the same time, and they were able to turn the tide of the fight, and Malrang didn't even have to burn his flash to get that engagement. It was all Keen and Septic going in for that one, and it just looked beautiful the way that they eliminated Twitch. Bless gonna try to hit the wave, but no chance about it. They could even tank it.
Yeah, they're just coming on in here. Should be at least an inhibitor. Not super late in this game. The timers aren't out of control just yet. Only 35 minutes in. Bless thinking about trying his luck on the Ocean Drake. Oh yeah.
That's all you can go for at this point. Don't bother going for a steal. You have Kalista on the other side of the map, but the fight starts out and Keen trying to get a stun on here. I think he finally gets it with a flash, but the quickness. Rakan going in at the same time as Keen, and the cask actually ends up separating Ghost from the fight, so the backline of Ever is capable of dealing immense damage without worrying about anybody dying on their side, while their own front line handles the Twitch. So it's a well-played fight on the side of Ever. The issue is how the fight, or why the fight ended up happening, and it was because these teams were fighting over Ocean Dragon as opposed to Baron. And that is where the fundamental issues lie in this game. Decision making.
Well, Everett, they do have the Baron once again. Let's see if they can have a little bit better luck this time around. I think with the mid lane pushing in, will definitely make things a bit easier.
Especially because now Malrang has his flash. You don't have anybody else to disjoint that engage if he's the only one that can go for it. So the communication improves by lowering the amount of tools that you have available. If he can just combo well with a shockwave, then it should all be over for Ghost's life. However, he does have 4 items now, and that's a Twitch that you have to respect. But now Kalista at least has a Guardian Angel to protect herself.
Looks like the push will come in the bottom lane from 4 members. Just going to throw Keen up in top lane up against Crazy. Gold difference beginning to get larger and larger on the side of Ever8. Now about 7,000 gold ahead, 7.5. And it looks like pretty much all summoners, almost all. Comeback doesn't have a splash, but also all ultimate abilities are available.
They do not step up when Twitch is off the map.
Okay, poking at this turret now. You can see just how crazy this front line is with Malrang and comeback with the threat of this very fed Orianna to get those shockwaves down.
Turret will easily go down on this next wave, and they're in no position to defend this inhibitor, so just another free one going Ever's way.
Looking to pull the SKT, where they come back from 2 inhibitors down.
Well, they seemingly have been reading SKT's playbook as they tried their hands at that triple carry composition that SKT did against BBQ themselves in earlier this split. However, it's SKT. There's not any other team in the world that can actually play the comp and play the style that SKT does and pull it off to the T that they do.
Every pushing in now. Looking to take us to a game number 3. Look at that damage onto Crazy. I mean, he just has half of his life disappear before his eyes.
These engages are not going to go BBQ's way if they don't have a flank for Alistar or Gnar. There's no way that this can work. You're fighting in a straight line against Kalista, Ori, and Gragas.
Well, here comes the push. Crazy looking to make a engage now. They do not want to give up this last inhibitor. Crazy doesn't really find the angle though. And his Mega Gnar has popped. Totoro thinking about it, really just trying to push them away from that inhibitor. But look at the push in mid lane. Running out of time. Septic taking a bit of damage here. Ghost in the back line, trying to poke these guys away. But Redemption is going to bring everybody back to full health, and that should be this 3rd inhibitor falling down. They're taking it very carefully. You can see the amount of damage that Keen has taken. Crazy really picking away at him. But the cannon minions will take down that inhibitor.
Note the way that Ever played around the cooldowns from BBQ. The second Mega Gnar came up, they just did not go for any damage onto the inhibitor. Just back up, wait for Mega Gnar to come back to fade away. The second he was Mini Gnar, they felt safer moving up. However, they did overstep, and Mininar did chunk out the Renekton, but the Baroned up minions were able to finish the last remaining HP on that inhibitor. Now they're sitting at a completely exposed base, which one of the easiest positions to close out on.
Seems like the push will come into mid. We got Elder Drake spawning in about a minute and a half.
Oh no, don't make us wait for this one ever. The waves are almost at the base already, so they definitely don't need that dragon, but Twitch does have 4 items. He's going to be aiming for Scepted, the one target that doesn't have a single armor item.
There still is an opportunity. Look at Ghost up in the top left. Looking to make a play, but they do spot him with that scanner, and there's the knockup. Immediate QSS. Fate's Call coming on in, looking to jump him into the Ghost, and Ghost all the way on the left side, but out comes the spray and pray, but there's the Shockwave, gonna get him extremely low, and that is what is going to take him out at the end of it all. Double kill goes over to Duel, and after losing Ghost, there's basically no damage here on the side of BBQ.
Yeah, they can't deal with Kalista. This should definitely be the final push for the game. All right, there it is. No dragon.
Okay, we got a flash ultimate here from Crazy, trying to make it interesting. They do take out Scepted, but Keen with Balrog, they are fed enough to take out that very squishy Temps. That's going to be the second Nexus turret going down, and blue side going to win again. We will be forced into a game number 3, as Ever 8 does take game number 2.
That was just poor vision from the side of BBQ in order to get an engage. Look at that Karma TP. What did I tell you? Look for Karma using that teleport wisely anytime during. How was the mid-game just never ended up happening. And because the wards weren't there for anybody on BBQ to have any vision, to even go for any flanks, they never even attempted. Ever never even had to clear any vision, and as such, the angle that Ghost has to come from gets scouted out by a comeback right away. One radar ruined the potential for a great engage on the side of BBQ.
Yeah, so mistakes abound for both of these guys. Ever 8 finally grabbing a win here. Balrog seeming pretty happy. His Gragas performance was pretty nice in the first half of this game specifically. Really opened up the top side of the map against that Gnar for Keen.
And just picking on Crazy, making the Renekton work. Having him get ahead early means that now you have a VP frontline that can create so much space for your Kalista to do work, and he just kept flashing into the Twitch. They threw everything at him, and here's Crazy there wondering, maybe I should have warded. Oh wait, I did ward.
Wait, I did see him coming.
Huh.
Okay. Well, BBQ will have blue side for the next game. And they looked a lot better on that side, that's for sure.
But they had both teams have had a pretty solid draft on blue side. Here's that first gank that led to that first blood. There was not a whole lot of opportunity here for him to outplay it. That was on a Gragas that was in vision, and here's another just bizarre engage that ends up going, doesn't go as BBQ's way, so it gives some advantages to Twitch, but that's with a minion wave coming. You have 7 minions on to come back at the same time, so a poor choice of engage, and that was the story of this game. Poor engages from both teams, and it was just a matter of which team could capitalize more, and it just so happened that in this fight, have to capitalize with a triple kill for an Orianna, which was disastrous because now that Orianna got so fed, it enhanced the power that these tanks have, as the second they jumped the back line, the combo with the Shockwave was huge. And another botched engage. Execution, not the forte for both these teams tonight.
Yeah, that was the one moment where we were thinking, hey, BBQ could actually make a comeback into this one. And they do pick up Keen on the back of this play too, after a long chase into the mid lane.
Yeah, the first time around, the Boomerang actually got intercepted by a minion, and this time around he sees it, flashes out of it, but the frozen mallet flash was all it took to keep him locked down so that Twitch could pick him up.
So they don't show the end of the game, but this is how it did end. All the Drakes going over to BBQ, but does not matter at the end of it all. Just pretty even in kills, but Ever 8 do take the win. And the most damage in the game going over to Gnar. Doing a lot of harass damage throughout, no doubt.
Harassing Renekton definitely stacks up your damage charts, but no chart is going to be able to tell the story of this game. It all needs to be watched, and some might argue otherwise.
Okay, guys, we're going to go to another about 8 or 9 minute break. When we come back, game number 3 to finish out the series between BBQ and Ever 8. Back here at the Nexon Arena for more LCK Summer 2017 BBQ versus Ever. It's all tied up as we go into game number 3. Is Ever able to take game number 2 in not too surprising fashion? Septed, he gets fed, and they engage, and they hit some shockwaves and kill him.
Yeah, and the MVP, though, it will be Malrang, making so much happen with his Gragas 4-0-9, just obliterating the Gnar into the top side. The man, impervious to vision, doesn't even matter where he starts going, ends up getting kills left, right, and center, and that's his first game on Gragas, so already off to a fantastic start on him, expanding that champion pool, and Gragas making waves as one of the premier junglers in the league, and it's wise of Ever to add him to his champion pool as opposed to the Lee Sin that we see so often.
Yeah. Can't wait to get an interview with that guy. Always boatloads of fun. Definitely, if Ever 8 does win, that is, definitely is a chance that BBQ could close this one out. They looked pretty strong on the blue side. It was looking like the Keen comeback duo wasn't really the answer in game 1 at least, but they do make it work in game 2.
Absolutely, they had a solid draft, they executed well, but the story of the game was, what was the story? What was the purpose to so much of it? And nobody knows, so we're still unsure what to do with our Roosters this time around, and BBQ is just wondering, what do we even do at this point? Which is an unfortunate stage in a player's career, to be honest. It's a very stressful environment to be one of these players where you see so many mistakes happen, and as an individual you can only do so much. And if you feel that you're not making progress as a team, it only hurts you further.
Well, here we go. Pick ban for game number 3. Would expect similar from the side of BBQ. There was heavy targeting towards Septed. They were able to ban Orianna in game number 1 and not give that playmaker over to Septed.
Yeah, they gave Zach away, which was a mistake. I think we can all agree to that. However, Zach wasn't such a contributing factor to the defeat of Ever. There are many other outside factors, such as a tower dive, the Lucian top that didn't get a whole lot, the map split play that ended up being abandoned only at about 3 minutes into the game. So the game plan was truly the issue with Ever's idea. However, the draft itself, we can question it a little bit further, as it's a meta that only SKT has really been able to pull off against BBQ themselves, and it's also something that nobody else in the world plays. So you can question, why does nobody else do this? Oh, right, this is why.
Well, this time we aren't going to see Zach in the game. Ever 8 deciding to ban that out second. And BBQ trying to decide how can we make it so we get either Caitlyn or Elise. We'll ban out the Rakan away from comeback.
The Rakan combination with Kalista is what worked for them last time around. It was cool to watch. Not as exciting in my opinion as Sangyun's and Keys as that botched engage into the bottom lane. I doubt would have happened if it were in their hands. However, it still netted some significant plays on their side. The one that comes to mind is that final one around mid lane with Renekton and Rakan going onto the Twitch with a double shockwave, but banning Caitlyn gives over Elise to Bless, and we have seen what happens so many times when you let Elise go through, considering how important Renekton has been in this series. And Ever will have to either take a Renekton early or deal with the consequences of Gnar into this matchup, which can be exploited just as easily because of mini Gnar.
Well, they're deciding to pick up the Thresh early on. They want to take this for comeback, it seems. I don't think anyone really wants to see him on the Alistar again. Give him another shot on something else.
Well, just imagine how dangerous it would have been if you actually did not take these 2 picks in this rotation and you let BBQ have Thresh and Renekton. We've seen what KT can do with these picks. They decimated SKT and many other teams with these 3, so wise of them to take them away, as teams in the bottom of the standings typically look to the top of the table to gather strategies that work against other teams to say, let's just add this to our playbook, see if it works for us, and maybe scrape by with some wins.
Well, BBQ looking to get some response picks here. Going to pick up the Braum as their support. not looking to take their top. And with Talia still available, definitely one of these hotly contested picks. Has been banned out a bunch by Ever 8 so far. And Tempt will get his hands on it tonight.
Accepted. Thinking about the Casio, he has played this matchup before and even acquired solo kills. Caston is still available, but I don't think that's as risky as these teams want to play tonight. So they go with the Cassiopeia, just play it safe. And now there's plenty of utility left in the AD carry pool. You've got Ashe, you've got Varus, you've got even Jhin if you desire. So the AD carry pool isn't so contested this time around. And then when you have junglers available, you've got yourself a possibility of rounding out a solid draft from Ever, while BBQ have to add tools to snowball quickly. With Braum and Elise, a powerful support jungle duo, you need AD carries that can lane by themselves safely, you need AD carries that can synergize well in setting those plays up, and a top laner that can deal with Renekton, which is likely going to be that Gnar.
See if Ever 8 decide to take that away. They do have one more ban left over, and still targets on the Lee Sin towards Malrang, even though he decided to move away from that Lee Sin in favor of the Gragas in game number 2. Very curious to see what Ever 8's last ban will be. It's going to be Jace. Thinking that perhaps Crazy, as he has shown Jace before, would favor the Jace against Renekton matchup instead.
Khan in an interview did mention that he thinks that he can beat anybody and any champion with Jace. Or maybe not anybody, but any champion with the Jace in his hands. And if the junglers are not involved, he certainly can do that. And that combination with Elise can kill Renekton like you're hunting for alligators in Florida. So wisely so does it get banned. And now, what are they thinking for here? I think Ashe or Varus. Oh. Okay. All right. That's a different flavor.
Hopefully we get some Pugmaw.
No, why?
I love that skin. It's like the cutest skin in the game.
That is not a cute animal or a skin.
It's a pug.
How is that? It's
are you a dog hater?
A pug
Crumbs?
is literally man's testament to genetic modification, to having a dog. Its eyes are further outside of its body than in.
Yeah, it's very cute.
You and I have
don't make fun of
different
pugs.
opinions of cuteness.
Camille, not very cute, but I suppose a cute pick against the Renekton? I'm not really sure how that works.
Can lane fine. It does have the matchup of Elise to help it out. It just has to play it safe, scale up, and yeah, there's that Varus. Better than Ashe in this matchup, as you can farm at a distance much more effectively than an Ashe if she's left by herself. Chains of Corruption are also better in disengaging from anybody else, so I like the draft so far from BBQ, but they are going to be looking to play a 1-3-1 style with Camille and Talia, so they are going to have to get ahead early, so much of this is going to be onto Bless, whereas Ever do have the fail-safe of Cassiopeia and Kog'Maw into that late game, as well as the Lantern from Comeback to get anybody out of a sticky situation, considering that wall can be just that situation.
Malrang deciding to go for the Rek'Sai instead of the Gragas that was available. Even with the Kog'Maw, deciding to go with more damage from the jungle instead of that tanky kind of engage type champion. And I mean, when you do have Elise, Talia, Varus, definitely a bunch of squishy targets that you can try to get that Void Rush onto.
Well, he had a good game, and when you're at this stage, the 1-8 for both of these teams, a lot of it revolves around the coaching staff and the players. The coaching staff needs to remind the players that they still have trust in them. And if Malrang had a 4-0-9 game on Gragas, a champion that he had not played before, and he tells you, give me Rek'Sai, I can do this in Rek'Sai. As a coach, you are in a position where you have to respect that and say, you know what, I trust in your ability to feel for what you're feeling tonight. Let's put you on Rek'Sai. And while it might change the composition and not have as much synergy as you'd think with Cassiopeia and Kog'Maw, it does cater to the player that had a stand-up performance in your previous game and would solidify you as a team moving forward. And it is going to be damn Kog'Maw.
Yeah. Crumbs with the spoiler. But yeah, will be that Pugmaw. Thank you, Duel. Yeah, Malrang definitely has Some nice gank potential on that Rek'Sai. Interested to see what he can do on this pick. Coming into game number 3, we're going to get a look at these skins. And there it is.
I don't even know what your taste, where your taste lies at anymore.
Look at how cute it is. It's drooling.
Look at its teeth. How is that cute? Drooling is cute? You just said drooling is cute.
Yeah, it is. Well, let's see exactly how cute it is. Let's jump on the riff for game 3. See, even the observer's on my side.
Is he?
The zoom in onto Pugmaw.
Maybe he's looking at it for scientific purposes to make sure it never happens again.
Just studying it from afar. Too scared to get closer.
I think Monarch Kog'Maw is actually cuter.
Monarch Kog'Maw.
Yeah, he's a butterfly.
Oh, that what?
Yeah.
How is that cute? It's a butterfly.
At least, at least it accepts that it's not a freak of nature.
That's true.
It's just a void monster with wings.
It's a monster. Butterflies, they're pretty, you know? They're not exactly cute. I don't go awe when I see a butterfly.
You just haven't seen good butterflies. Stuck playing Pokemon. All you have is Butterfree and that moth.
Well, yeah, that's not really a butterfly.
Well, here's that cute drool doing so much damage to the blue buff.
Seems like Malrong's going to go for Gromp into potentially Wolves. Rek'Sai with some fast clear times. Some of the fastest.
In terms of micro, he actually ended up using his Prey Seeker before the Gromp camp spawn, so he missed out on a tiny bit of damage. Unlikely to make a significant difference, but doing that multiple times does add up to a slower clear. Meanwhile, Elise just going for the fastest route, going for Wolves into blue buff, and we might see her go for an invade here. Malrang, if he chooses to go for Raptor camp, he might find himself being invaded by an Elise. So wisely does he go for red buff. In the second that he sees Malrang going for red buff, at least for Bless, he decides to go for the Scuttle Crab.
He still could be annoying here. You see Malrang taking a lot of damage from there. And the Cocoon is actually going to go onto the red buff, and Bless not able to, actually does steal that away, coming over on the repel, going for Malrang, but there's the knock-up. Has he gone too far? He has! First blood to Malrang on Rek'Sai.
Welcome to the new Rek'Sai. She does so much damage this time around, and what seemed like an outplay ends up Bless outplaying himself. Commits to not just getting the flash, ends up getting knocked up, and the double buffs end up going to Malrang. So a nice little refresh for him, even though it doesn't have too much of an influence. The importance is going to be in his first purchase, which is a double longsword. And here it goes. So he sees him going for it. Oh, okay, this is a good opportunity. So the Cocoon, not a wise use of it this time around, but that's a full rage Rek'Sai. So he gets some HP back, draws him in, and just a easy as butter knockup. Goes for a quick Umbara right at the end.
Easy as what?
As butter. Butter's easy.
Oh.
I think pie. Some people say pie.
Yeah.
Or cake.
Easy as cake.
It's all things
Easy
you
as
find in the
pie.
pantry.
Oh, he gets the Unburrow on Thames.
God.
And, I mean, he does have both of his summoners, but Bless coming in here makes things interesting. Lands that Cocoon. Where's the burst? There it is, but another knock-up, and this time it will be Thames taking the double buff.
It's like we're watching the Salvation Army in order as everybody just gets blue buffs donated to everybody. And now that's Talia with double buffs and no summoners burn.
Yeah, Thames going to be having
He doesn't
a
have
ball.
mana. What are you doing here? He doesn't have enough mana for Cocoon.
They're really just trying to zone him out, I suppose. And he is getting close, but after all, is that really worth it? Probably not. Hook here onto Braum. Breakable comes up, a big play onto Ghost. It barks. How is that not cool? Or cute, rather.
Barking's cute now.
Yeah.
What about when
you've never owned a dog, have you?
What about when I've been around plenty of dogs? What about when the Chihuahua barks at you 24/7?
That's not cute.
Is that
no?
Only pugs.
There's a difference.
I've made very long-lasting friendships with dogs, but I just think that the Pugmaw skin is a mistake. It's a biological error.
The Void monster and making it into something adorable.
Why couldn't it have been? I can't even think about anything else.
Catmaw.
Well, I mean, Pugmaw is a good name. I will give it that. I think Pugmaw is a highly creative name. I like.
It's definitely better than Dogmaw.
I like the play on words for sure.
Yeah. I'm sure they were thinking of names and they were like, "How about Dogmaw?" Everybody was like, "Oh, that's. I mean, it makes sense, you know. It's like Cogmaw, but it's Dogmaw, but." And they decide for Pugmaw. I think it's definitely cooler.
I think Dogma can be easily misunderstood for something else,
Yeah.
but see, my issue with the skins is that I value skins for how far they differentiate themselves from the original skin and what kind of effort was put into it. Effort to me is where I value so much of quality in. When I see Pugmaw,
it's so different from all the other skins of Cogmaw. Okay, well. Crazy. He was going in. I thought he was about to get crazy. Malrong's hanging around, and you can see Bless. He's going for his red buff side.
late on the tremor sense, not going to find anybody. Unlikely for him to actually be able to take down Crazy. However, new Rek'Sai deals so much damage that we have seen 2 levels down on the Rek'Sai being able to mutilate people 2 to even 3 levels above them. So who knows at this stage, as her DPS is through the roof, and at this stage she might even receive even more buffs because people just want to see her join the meta.
Crazy gonna let this one push. He was under turret for a while, and it doesn't really seem like they've had a good read on where Malrong has been. So just wants to be careful. Although there are some pings going in there as they do see Cassiopeia going in to take her blue buff now. So now they should have a good idea of where he is.
Look at Comeback making moves to the top side. They've left Kog'Maw alone. There are question mark pings going onto the bottom side of the map while Temp pushes top, possibly eyeing a dive onto the top side of the map. Comeback still hasn't been spotted. And here it gets spotted, which does push Kog'Maw even further back. But because it's so well timed with the bot lane recall of Ghost and Totoro, Kog'Maw doesn't miss out on anything. So a roam is able to clear out a ward and potentially drive off a gank onto the Renekton with no cost.
Yep. After all, Comeback will go down there. Kog'Maw now level 6.
Note how Crazy he's last hitting right now. Incredibly slow. It's a different change from how he was doing it before. He's pushing a little bit faster as the dual lane approaches. He probably should have slowed it down a bit further to make sure that it doesn't hit the turret whatsoever. So they've decided to go on this wave to try to zone out Renekton. Brahmin, Elise still have not shown, but because Elise made it so apparent, I think everybody knows. The dual lane is coming top side, and we might see some action.
Yeah, you can see even Malrong coming through the jungle, straight beeline up into the top lane. They're looking to fight here, but you can see this Rek'Sai just a little bit late. That's a lot of damage being done to red buff. Cocoon is going to land, big knock-up onto Comeback, but they're using everything onto him. It looks like he will survive, and Bless and Toto are getting extremely low, but here comes Temp, the first to open the fight. Ahead of this Cassiopeia, of course, and they do take out the Rek'Sai. Temp still poking here, and it looks like they should be able to take out this top turret.
Fighting head-on against champions that want you to fight head-on, both Varus and Elise, as well as the Braum, making it so simple for them to play a fight. You don't need any communication to know exactly how to play these battles out. Chains of Corruption comes out, the stun, the Braum Glacial Fissure, it all just was too easy, and as such, they get kill and a top lane turret. That first brick on a great swap from BBQ ends up in now a 2,000 gold lead out of seemingly thin air.
Yeah, definitely a nice play there by BBQ. trying to get things rolling here with the composition that they have.
Ever read it, but they go for this engage, and look how far away Rek'Sai and Kog'Maw are. There's no chance this engage goes through. Talia can always collapse faster than Cassiopeia, so you have to remember that when you go for these plays. So Comeback going for an ill-advised engage ends up costing them dearly, and now they find themselves with a composition that wants to go late game. They're not even in the early game.
Yeah, they got to be careful not to get too far behind. And this Mountain Drake, a huge Drake for BBQ. They want to end this game soon, as soon as possible. Mountain Drake, arguably the best Drake to do exactly that. And they'll be eyeing that Rift Herald afterwards. Gonna start here.
Look at Ghost's build. He's got a BF sword right now, and it could be an Infinity Edge, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's going to be an Essence Reaver coming out of him. So a bit of a throwback there on the Varus build. Normally we see the Blade of the Rune King come out early, but because of the champions that Ever has this time around, realistically, if he's in range of going for any auto attacks, he's not going to be able to trade blow for blow against Cassiopeia or Kog'Maw. So in my opinion, it's an intelligent choice of itemization based on the opponents that he's up against.
Always refreshing to see these guys responding in a nice manner. Some people, on solo queue, they just go ahead and make the same 6 items every game. Doesn't really make sense. But looking for a play down here in the bottom lane is Bless. Seems like Duel and Comeback are playing extremely passively. And Weaver's Wall looks like it's about to come off cooldown, but Tempt not rotating just yet. Malrang waiting in the wings. Doesn't look like anything will come of it. But here we go. They're looking for a play up at top right when that wall comes off cooldown. Looking for Keen, and there is going to be that Hextech ultimatum into the follow-up from Tempt. Flashing the wall even, really wanting to get out of there. Will trade flash for flash, but Tempt picks up another kill.
Picking on Renekton this time around, it's a wise strategy, always going for the rookies. LCK is one of the most notorious regions for picking on any newcomers, and they do just that. Game 1, it was against the Lucian. Game 2, it did go Ever's way, so they never had that opportunity. But this time around, with the swap, make sure that Renekton doesn't have an easy time in the laning phase. Force your rookie to communicate in ways that he might not be used to before under high-pressure situations where the split seconds matter. Now, with Talia on their side, it becomes that much harder for you to play Renekton now that you've fallen far behind. Camille, once she hits that Trinity Force and Renekton doesn't even have his cleaver, he's not going to have an easy time laning into this.
Yeah, and it's another reason why this Talia is so hotly contested in LCK. I mean, you can push. Obviously, the Cassiopeia can push back, but doesn't have nearly the global presence that this Talia does early on. And Tempt, I mean, the second the Weaver's Wall comes off cooldown, he's looking for a play, and they make it work.
And you know that top lane has been marked again. Now that Renekton does not have flash, it becomes an easy return kill. With the Hextech ultimatum and Weaver's Wall, you can close the gap from almost a screen away between both characters, and Renekton is just not safe for him anymore.
Yeah, you can't really push all that far. He's going to throw down a ward for now. We'll see if he pushes another wave.
Poor Kog'Maw gets a Gromp stolen, no food for him.
He'll have to feed off the minions. Like the normal dog. No fancy feast down there in the bottom lane.
It is a plus 86, so definitely was a fancy feast.
Ooh, gets the knockback here.
Also, an underrated ability of Talia is that she's actually surprisingly difficult to gank. Her spamming ability in lane makes the wave clear easy and safe, as well as her range, so you often get harassed if you try to get in the way of it, unlike some other characters. And she can always just hug the walls, which increases her movement speed, as we all know, and makes her even tougher to gank. If you ever try ganking a Talia that is playing wisely, you'd soon understand why this champion is so hotly contested and oftentimes sees plenty of success.
Yeah, and the good Talia will always be there with the seismic shove. You have to be so careful with how you engage onto her. You also know that if the gank takes any more than a second or two to really collapse onto her, you're going to be eating a lot of rocks to the face. So you got to make it happen and quickly. Starting off with that Rally Scepter, trying to make sure that she can follow up with seismic shove if she makes any kind of damage onto any of her opponents.
And you bring up the Rylai's point, and I think it's similar to what Ghost is doing here. Normally you'd see the Morellonomicon coming out, but with the Rylai's, when you're dealing with Kog'Maw and Cassiopeia, which are going to be the main damage threats, as well as Renekton and Rek'Sai, which want to run at you in a straight line, it becomes an easy itemization to kite them, keep them at a distance, and make sure that not only do you not get dove, but you keep any potential long-range backline threats at a distance.
Yeah, and also you can spike pretty quickly on it. Rally is not all that expensive. Just get it really, really fast. Has that potential to slow from very early on in the game.
However, I think he's still eyeing out that Morellonomicon though, with that mana crystal. It would make sense considering that Kog'Maw, Cassiopeia, Rek'Sai, and Renekton all have ways of healing themselves.
It's been the slow push here from BBQ. They do take out the mid-tier 1 to grab their second turret of the game with the Rift Herald. So all the big objectives going over to them so far, but still only 16 minutes in.
Actually, it's a static Shiv out of Ghost. So safe wave clear. Better than Hurricane for wave clearing against long range, but now I'm starting to think that the BF sword is actually going to be the Infinity Edge.
Yeah, more of a standard build here from Ghost. It's been all about pushing these turrets with that static Shiv nowadays. And speaking of that, he's down here as Scepted is going to be a little bit late. That bottom tier 1 getting very, very low.
Once they get that tier 1 down, I think we can stop seeing the lull in this mid game and might end up going towards a 1-3-1 with Braum and Varus in the mid lane. However, they're not confident enough to try to take down this Cassiopeia, and for good reason. With her cleanse, she can easily escape the CC that this dual lane will bring, and fighting back on her own would be a disaster if it goes wrong for BBQ. So all they want is a turret this time around, but because Elise isn't there, they can't fully commit.
Just got an example of Ghost's wave clear with the static Shiv and the piercing arrow. Basically clears it in about 3 or 4 shots. Oh, looking for the hook. Bless says, no, that's mine. And with this control that they have, there's no other big objective outside of the bottom tier 1. So while the waves aren't there, they'll just stop by, pick up an Ocean Drake. Why not? Do have the Weaver's Wall if anyone on Ever 8 once was thinking about getting close. I'm sure they weren't.
And nobody even wants to get close to the Camille. She's now taking red buff and is going to be swapping out to the bottom side. Talia's also in in her vicinity, so they might be eyeing going to Cassiopeia. Look at the vision they have on bot side River. Triple control, double greens. If Scepted steps up, the Weaver's Wall could be it. And, oh, he's so... Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, Scepted looking for this kill, but is going to be collapsed on immediately. Crazy is going to land that stun with the Hextech Ultimatum, dodging out there. And that is going to be the 3-man onto Scepted, and another turret going to BBQ.
And it was close. It was a cute attempt from him to try to take down Crazy before the gank was set in motion. However, might have had a better opportunity to trade summoners or even trade a kill back had he just committed to going for as much damage as possible as opposed to considering a retreat.
We'll see what the next move here is for BBQ. Crazy is still in bot lane, and he has double buff after taking that kill, taking the blue away from Scepted, and he's going to get this tier 2. There was just no response. In comes Pugmaw. Does a lot of damage, but Crazy can get away with the mobility of Camille. And things are about to get really interesting with tier 2 down in bot lane and Baron about to spawn.
Everest just one step behind. Renekton was topside with when the swap came out from BBQ. That's why Cassiopeia felt safe going for that 1v1, even though she had no vision, and it was not a right time for her to go for that engage. Gets punished right away, and while it should have just been a kill and a tower, it turns out into another one. Gets a summoner out of her, the cleanse that it's unlikely to be punished right now, but it does mean that she will have to play a bit more respectful in the upcoming minutes.
Duel doing his best. He knows his job. He's just got to eat as much stuff as possible.
Sounds like you've had dogs before.
A really fat Pugmaw, getting fattened up for the harvest.
Would you think it's cute if it was super fat?
I'm not the biggest fan of ultra fat dogs. Oh, wow. Keen even forced a flash, but Hextech Ultimatum, you can't get out of that. Sorry, buddy. Not the best first day debut we've ever seen here in LCK.
Welcome to Talia, powerful pick that makes your side lanes even more powerful. It's like dealing with Twisted Fate. You just can never play the side lanes effectively, and when you combine it with Camille, who guarantees you staying in one place, means that every time if the items are there, you're going to die.
Good read there from Bless, saying, hey, something doesn't feel right. And now that Renekton is still down, this turret's going to take a bunch of damage. Keen just respawning now. And good respect there out of Crazy. Doesn't have his ultimate at this point in time. Not going to overstay his welcome.
But those bases tell us exactly what BBQ is going to try to do next. Look at the items that they have on their inventory. 5 control wards, and both Elise and Braum have double control wards, which means that if they prepare around Baron, get full control of Baron vision, and allow Camille to hit the turret, Ever is going to be forced with the catch-22 of do you go for Renekton or do you go for the Baron. Both choices can lead to disaster, and without vision, it's unlikely that they make a choice that doesn't result in any casualties.
Tons vision in the red side here for BBQ. You can see Ever8 is doing their best, come back basically just on vision duty. And Tempt all alone might be unburrowed on here. Is forced to flash away from that one.
But even a gank like that has an opportunity cost, which means that now BBQ get to go a little bit into the jungle, get some cleared out vision, but you're dealing with Rek'Sai. Prey Seeker is a short cooldown that can always scout out your Baron attempts. So they're going to need to push this vision line and control of mid lane much deeper if they want to make a move like that.
I like that Ghost not clearing out the ward. Didn't want to give up his position. Just looking for that chain of corruption. And as you were saying, they're really pushing the vision now. I think they've realized very fast what they have to do exactly.
It's got to be a bit deeper than this, though. Notice where Thresh just cleared that control ward. Deeper than that. It's a mobile team between Rek'Sai and Thresh. Exactly. As deep as possible. If you could even take vision of the base gates and know that they're not in the jungle, then that would suffice, as you know exactly how much time you have to rush a Baron. Not to say that you should ever go for that kind of vision, but if you can, why not?
Well, they do have one Mountain Drake, which, you know, even just one is kind of scary for the enemy team with how fast they can take Baron. But with another one about to spawn in 30 seconds, definitely could see BBQ, you know, just rotate Crazy after pushing the bot wave and into taking that. Maybe bring Bless over there quickly, as BBQ does have control of this map pretty well. And just go for that. Once you have 2 Mountain Drakes, taking that Baron and rushing it against the Rek'Sai becomes just that much easier.
Well, I think we might see them rush it right now with a TP and Weaver's wall. Rek'Sai's not there.
Okay, that's one way to do it. Scouting that Balrog is not in the vicinity, and there's just going to be no chance unless the Pogmaw.
Oh, wow, that was so close. Smite wasn't used.
That would have been hilarious if Duel just sniped that from downtown. But unfortunately, no.
That's a rush right there, knowing that the Baron got secured not by your Smite, but by your ally right at the end.
Showing no interest in that second Mountain Drake for now. They want to make this as efficient as possible, this Baron push. Get as much damage as literally possible.
Absolutely. You got to crack the base ASAP. Otherwise, Cog and Cassiopeia will scale away. Talia looking for an opportunity into the top side. That's why she just pushes and then hangs back. Doesn't want to expose herself 24/7. The more she's out of vision, the more Renekton has to respect her.
Kind of a dual lane push down here in bot lane. Totoro actually flashes that. Huge respect to the death sentence. And that one rotation down into bot by Ever8 will open up this tier 2 mid. That will be the first turret they take out. Let's see, Crazy was hanging around mid lane just in case any kind of engage came out from Ever8.
Don't think that flash was completely warranted. You still have Exhaust and the Unbreakable. But there is a chance that Exhaust plays a bigger factor in team fights than a flash on Braum. So the choice is understandable, not wanting to take as much damage as possible. But the result of turrets is still there as they crack down tier 2 top and tier 2 mid. But now they have to think about the base, and the vision that they had before is no longer going to suffice if they want to go for this. Camille will be going to the bottom side of the map, and with a Guardian Angel, she becomes much more capable of threatening tower dives and assisting in a 5v5 if the opportunity presents itself.
Tempting and around, and finally they're going to go for this Mountain Drake. They're going against some decent wave clears, okay wave clear out of Ever8. Got to make sure you have those Mountain Drakes to push them in. And just the 1-1-3, keeping Tempt in the mid lane. He's been really good on this Talia. There was a reason why Ever8 was consistently banning this out against him.
So whatever needs right now is as much vision as possible, obviously, to deter this push. So they've cleared out they have a ward in the background. That's what they're going for, a teleport, even though teleport's not up. But they just need to wait out the Baron. Right now, they're not strong enough. Kog'Maw did go with the QSS.
He did it. The cardinal sin of all 80 carries.
Not
LCK.
all the time, not all the time. But what?
Every time, Crumbs.
Here's the Weaver's Wall.
It's going to knock back both Septid and Comeback. Thankfully, the Lantern will save that poor little puppy. And they're going to be pushing onto this inhibitor. Big knockback on a Comeback, forcing that flash out of him. Meanwhile, Keen, he's down 2 levels in top lane, down probably at least half an item. So, oh, nice flash there. They're looking for Ghost. Can they actually get him? It's pretty close, but not quite enough damage. This Ghost will live, and down goes the top inhibitor.
So what I was thinking that BBQ needed to do is just have numbers even everywhere to allow Talia to go to the top side. However, she chooses to go bottom instead, which is just a good a play. Finds Thresh, and when you see everybody on the map, you know that you're not going to get surprised. And now they're going on to Septid, and he's surely dead with that. Oh,
he's dead to just Bless and Crazy. Have to respect that, Camille. And that's going to be 3 inhibitors going down. BBQ looking to win for their second time here. Their second time against Ever8 and their second time in LCK Summer.
And only 1 kill away. That first blood was everything that Ever got this time around. This is nearly a perfect game. No turrets, no dragons, no herald, no nexus.
Just 1 kill. And they're looking for better KDA. And actually they're fighting back here, but it looks like the nexus will go down. Ghost looking for some more kills, but BBQ does take the 2-1 victory.
Under 30 minutes, they finally got it together. Temp played phenomenally, helping out the side lanes, utilizing Crazy as best as possible. The second that Camille got ahead, there just was no looking back. And Renekton, the rookie Keen, he had a decent performance. I think that we don't know much about this player, and throwing him on the deep end into a team that is already struggling as much as ever, you couldn't ask for much.
I mean, it kind of just struck me as one of those debuts where it's like, okay, he didn't really contribute much, but he didn't die like crazy. You know, he didn't beat his ass up, but he also wasn't, you know, taking over the game.
So would you honor him?
Would I honor him? Yeah, maybe he stayed calm under the pressure. I'm gonna give that one to him, I suppose. But I have to say, I don't know if we'll be seeing him or if we'll be seeing Helper going into the the next time that ever does play here.
Which they actually end up playing against Samsung and KT in their
nice.
2 upcoming matches. So actually followed by Tigers, Longzhu, and SKT. So things are only going to get tougher for them.
Got a lot of big teams coming up.
Literally the top of the table, and Tigers did end up coming off a win against them in a 1-2 fashion. So they've got a tall order to fill.
That max range, Malrang just getting caught out this time around.
It looked so good ever since that first blood, but this engage was just the complete lack of coordination that we were talking about. That's a 2v4 engage with Taliyah capable of collapsing before Cassiopeia. They're not even utilizing the tower to their advantage at this position. Remember that it was BBQ that initiated this swap, and ever since that point, it all became Taliyah and Camille. Here comes another one where they got that kill. Let's see if he could have gotten the kill here. E. Where are the E's at?
He missed his Q, he missed his poison, so he kind of just gave up after that. And Keen not respecting the Taliyah.
Well, look at the range that he got engaged from. At that point, you just have to wait for the minion to crash at your tower. This is already at the end. We already know what happened. We saw this like 30 seconds ago.
It's just the recap, and here's the result. Will be BBQ with the almost perfect game, giving over an extra kill there right before the Nexus went down.
Elder and Baron being added as stats just to rub in the salt. 0, 0, 0. 4,000 damage on Cassiopeia. I don't think I've ever seen a Cassiopeia do that little damage in the game.
I would have to agree with you on that one. I mean, did less than the Renekton that was trading up top, or almost as much. Pretty low damage on both him and Rek'Sai too, just kind of across the board, but Cassiopeia, not really enough damage out of that pick. And Tempt on the Taliyah, really just owning the Rift for game number 3.
I would not be surprised if he walks away MVP.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that one. I think you're 110% correct on that pick, Crumbs.
Well, thanks for your confidence.
Well, guys, we're going to be heading into the interview in just a sec here. And here we do go. Let's throw it over to Ji-sun to help out with the translation.
이게 됐는데요. 오랜만에 승리를 맛본 BBQ 선수를 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 첫 세트 MVP 크레이지 선수 만나보겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 축하드립니다. 정말 오랜만에 승리예요. 누구보다도 기다렸습니다.
Okay, it seems the mic isn't working, so we're going to jump on this translation. Said that they tried really hard to practice for this matchup. Very different performance today compared to other matches. Crazy said we wanted to be more bold. We wanted to be more daring, aggressive, because it always feels like we go either just even or we do worse than the enemy. What was it like playing against Keen? Crazy said, felt, you know, he's a rookie, so it felt very easy to play up against him. So now we're going to take a look at who the MVP from game number 3 for BBQ is. It was Tempt. Not the hardest pick there, Crumbs.
Yeah, the Taliyah doing so much work for everybody on the map this time around. You can see him just picking on that rookie once again, and that is the face of Decimation on Taliyah. So often do we see her banned, and for good reason. We finally get to see exactly why.
So now we're going to be hearing from Tempt. How do you feel about the MVP? says it's been a while since I've won, and it's been a while since I've gotten the MVP, so I'm pretty happy. Crazy's thoughts on Temp's performance. Crazy was pretty happy because Temp kept on coming up to the top lane, helping him out. General reflection on the match today. He says he wished he played better in set 1. That is Tempt speaking. A lot of action in the top lane. Does Crazy feel like it's a top carry meta nowadays? He says, not really. Not really feeling that top carry. Thoughts on the current top lane meta? Crazy says, he says that the champions have very strong points, very strong timings, and they're very different. They're all kind of unique, all those different choices in the meta. So he likes playing them, finds it very entertaining. Tem says, I think we have to practice a lot heading into the rest of the round. Lots of work to do for this team. He feels like he should be more assertive, should be more of a leader, because so far he feels like he's been underperforming. That was Tempt saying that. Crazy saying, we're going to try to make a fresh start for round number 2 in Summer. Tempt also saying that he'll work really hard. And that's going to do it for the interview. So I hope you guys did enjoy that. Fortunately, the mic wasn't working for our normal translator, so the global producer helping me out with that one.
Oh, you did a swell job.
And we're going to jump to the standings here. Both these guys still 9th and 10th.
Well, BBQ is the one that at least has something to offer. As they mentioned, they wanted to go a little bit more bold, more daring. Not sure if they got those descriptions from their sponsors, but they do, and you know, that's a flavor to describe chicken.
That's true.
I told myself I wouldn't make a chicken joke all day, but I did it right at the end.
Tonight, I really just want some daring chicken. That's really what I want to have.
But now they are 2 wins into this game, and now they're looking at potentially MVP, who is quite likely to walk away after today with a loss, as the upcoming matchup is MVP 2-7 against SKT 8-1.
Yeah, going to be a pretty rough matchup. They are coming off of a win finally. They had to go up against, I think it was BBQ.
Yes, they took down
the
BBQ.
other day to finally get that win. So it's good to see some smiles on those guys' faces, but I can't help but feel that they will be shortly wiped off their faces as we go into the next one.
Jesus, I mean,
just calling it like it is.
They'll learn something.
It's, yeah, I mean, you can learn.
Yeah.
They're trying to force a game 3 so that they can learn as much as possible. So, guys, looks like we're ready to jump into that commercial break. We'll be back in about a half hour before we do get into SKT versus MVP. So stay tuned. We'll be back. Welcome back, everybody, to today's matches here at the Nexon Arena. We're going to jump into SKT versus MVP. Game number 1 in just a minute. I am Valdez. With me is Crumbs, as always. How are you feeling about this matchup?
I'm feeling extra good about this one because SKT switching up their top and jungle duo. One of the ones that we've seen seldom. It's Untara and Peanut this time around. So many times we see Peanut and Huni being the starters, but Untara, this man on your screen, he's currently 11-0, and if you go by games played, he actually has played more games than Huni. So Huni has 10 under his belt, 5 wins and 5 losses, whereas Untara sitting undefeated alongside Blank. So that deadly combination is not making a debut here, and it seems like SKT's just slowly easing their starters back into form as opposed to both at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really argue with them, right? They started with Huni in the beginning of the season. He was looking pretty good, but then once it came down to the hard matchups, he stopped performing as well as he had been alongside Peanuts. But it seems like they're giving Peanut a little bit longer of a leash, a little bit bigger of a try. They're going to start Untara tonight. And another one of these undefeated guys, as you did mention, can't really blame them at that. They're going up against MVP, who finally, I think it was after 14 games played, they broke their losing streak. 14 games lost, I should say.
Yeah, 14 losses in a row.
It was against BBQ, right? But at least they did break it, but now they're hitting another brick wall. It's going to be pretty hard for them.
Well, you know what they say, in order to win, you must first learn how to lose. And I believe MVP has learned how to lose big time so far. And now they finally found their stride against BBQ. Sure, a weaker opponent, but they actually played decently well. And it's a team that is reminiscent of, oh, this is the 4th place team of last split. Are they perhaps back? Nothing has changed. Possibly so, and their champion pool depth is definitely a strong asset in this matchup.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I'm sure a lot of you guys out there are hoping that they can do better and better as we near Rift Rivals coming up, I believe, next week. So we're going to see how they do here up against SKT. Let's jump into the pick and ban for game number 1, SKT on blue side.
Banning out the Karma. They're not willing to first pick it this time around, and the flex pick is something that they don't want to deal with. So they get it out of that champion pool, and now Caitlyn as well. So it still remains with Zach, Galio, and Elise available. And Gragas, one of those picks that I think is slowly making its way up that ladder in terms of bannable champions, having so much synergy with nearly every other role that so many times we see teams first pick it, first ban it, and if it doesn't get locked away here, it could possibly happen this time around. Usually Peanut gets Lee Sin banned against him, and now that Galio or Zach has been banned on the blue side, we might just see a Galio ban and have Peanut get his favorite champion.
Could definitely happen. See, there are still MVP fans out there, even after the long losing streak, looking for the 2 wins in a row down there on the left side.
Ooh, wait a minute. It looks like SKT's banned out Galio and Zach themselves. That perhaps they want Kalista as a first pick. That's what I'm guessing here. Making so much noise across the world, but it's going to be the Elise instead. Pardon me on that one. It was still available, but with those picks out of the table, you now have Elise, and they might have read a bit of KT's notes when they went up against themselves, with the Elise Renekton being such a powerful combination for a snowball on the top side of the map. But MVP responds with a pretty hefty early game themselves with Rek'Sai and Varus. Last time we saw how fast a Rek'Sai can melt through an Elise, even at a tremendous health disadvantage. So the pick definitely does a lot of damage now, but can it transition well into the mid game? Sometimes we've seen it happen.
Yeah, and going with the Varus Rek'Sai means they're going to give over another champion with tons of lockdown, tons of engage, that Thresh alongside the Elise. The 2 of them together, you know, regardless of the AD carry in the bottom lane, can set up some pretty nice action down there. Question is, what will they pick up next?
Renekton still seems like a possibility, even though Untara has played Camille and other carries, but yep, that's what it's going to be. And just as if they were KT themselves, going with a super solid topside draft with a great support to skirmish and assist that lane with a roam. But you have to remember that Thresh against Rek'Sai is a great support matchup. He can always flay you out of that tunnel if you are engaging, or if you get caught it's nearly impossible for you to escape. If Wolf's plays are on point, anytime that Beyond goes in, he must be prepared to either flash out or stay in, knowing that he will win that battle.
So they were hovering the Cassiopeia there. Just at the end, they switch it to the Rumble, deciding to pick their matchup against Renekton so far. And we're going to have to see a very careful ADD in the top side on red side Rumble against that Elise Renekton composition. I think that's Untara.
Yeah, that's Untara.
With a Poppy sketch on the top right.
That's a great Poppy.
Yeah.
What does it say?
I don't know what that means, actually, the big Korean. There was a ton of small Korean.
It's like, you have a steadfast presence in my heart. That's what it means.
This says that Wolf is cuter than Zac. All the poor Zacs out there in the world are like, no.
Than Zac?
Yeah.
The
Zac
champion?
the champion. Yeah.
No comment. Back to the bans. Zyra and Kalista getting removed. So Kalista makes sense. Bang has been a great Kalista, and the synergy with Thresh is not to be understood. They basically just banned out exactly what KT played against SKT in Game 1. So it looks like this is the composition that many teams will be mimicking from now on. And Zyra on the side of SKT, champions that will create a big zone of disengage when you're dealing with a composition that just wants to get picked, such as what SKT have so far.
The last ban, down to 0 seconds. They finally decide Cassiopeia. And greetings from Germany. Faker Senpai at SKT for the win. Liking the signs here. Getting some foreign fans down to the Nexon Arena.
Yeah, there's people from all over the world. Just earlier, we had people from California. We have now Germany, Netherlands. Every day there's a new nationality in here. It's a beautiful thing here. Oh my goodness. If they lock in this LeBlanc, this SKT composition is going to be so devastating to deal with. This is just a full-on pick comp, and now they can just round it out with Ashe for Bang. He did play 3 games in a row of Ashe against KT, and it would work wonders in this composition. However, Xayah is still available, which would add a different flavor, but having Ashe on this side means that every single champion of SKT is built towards the same goal, and it doesn't matter. Xayah does the same thing. Get him some practice on some other picks, and this is a solid draft from SKT. Whoa, what? You can't both
SKTP.
That's just being on the fence. You got to commit. Whoever wins, the sticker comes off, and it's revealed that she was with the winning team all along.
It said Rift Rivals fighting. Like,
what about KT? Why are they not there?
Because they're not playing today.
All right. But Max will be playing that Blitzcrank, so the X factor of Blitz is always something to consider, especially against LeBlanc. So LeBlanc against Blitzcrank is a curious matchup because anytime that LeBlanc chooses to use Distortion, you always have the opportunity of using your ultimate to immediately prevent her from distortioning back. That 0.5 second silence can be enough time to kill Faker, so he has to play respectful of that. And speaking of respect, Ian taking that cleanse against Elise and LeBlanc, but so much of this early game is going to rely on Peanut and the rest of SKT to set up the side lanes. If they can do so properly, this game could just be blown wide open so quickly from the side of SKT. Meanwhile, MVP's team fighting can be something to be in awe of when they hit that mid to late game between Chains of Corruption, the Equalizer, and then Scat of the Week from Syndra.
They definitely do have a nice bit of pick themselves, adding to that with the Blitzcrank and tons of magic damage to come out of both Rumble and Syndra. I wouldn't be surprised to see some itemization come out to specifically counter that, but I mean, this is SKT. If they do get ahead, as you said, I wouldn't be surprised to see this one just be wrapped up in about under 26, 27 minutes. Kind of the way they like to do.
We could see that happen, especially if they start picking on the top side between Elise and Renekton, but also ADD as Rumble will have an easier time surviving than a champion like Lucian, maybe even Gnar or Kennen to the top side. And then when you have Rek'Sai, who's so effective at counter ganking because her damage, because her one-way tunnel means that if somebody's already committed their dash moves and you can get a knock-up right there, then you can just clean them up.
Excited to see if MVP can put up a fight here against SKT, the Kings of the Rift currently. Let's jump into game number 1 and find out. Holy crap. MVP brought everybody out today, not holding back.
Well, when else would you bring out everybody when you're face off against SKT?
This is prime time. The tickets were sold out before the first matchup even began.
Looks like the junglers will be starting off at Raptors, and understandably for Elise, you know she wants to finish in the top side of the map. So the key for ADD here is going to be reading the wave management from Untara. If he starts drawing the wave back and eventually building a big minion wave, then that's your indication of a tower dive. If he's trying to freeze, then you know that, oh, look at that. This guy does not do the Scar ward. That's a beautiful ward. That is perfectly placed, effortlessly too.
Easy peasy.
See, when you can do that.
You said the Scar award? That's an old reference.
When you can do that, you're allowed to have 9 different supports.
Okay, coming in, Untara steals 2 small Raptors. That's a big deal. Beyond will stay at level 1.
And that's because ADD chose to save his Trinket ward early on. Normally, we would have seen a Trinket ward be placed to identify this move happening, but he's saving it to beware for Elise's later gank. So he's keeping himself in mind as opposed to the jungler, and this could pay off for him in the long run, but it could also mean that Beyond can't keep up with Elise's pace. And if that doesn't happen and Elise gets an advantage out of that, she can get a kill, get those Mobies early, and we've seen how that happens so many times.
Look at the chunk. Faker walking up and eating a stun. Not expecting that damage. Did start with the corrupting pot, so can regen all that health that he did just lose.
And speaking, we mentioned the wave earlier. Here's Beyond, but that's a level 2 Rumble right now. Unlikely to be able to follow through.
Going in, and Beyond does have the red buff. Untara, though, with the double dash, will get out of there.
When the game started, I mentioned, okay, they have to look at the wave for how Renekton is going to play. That's going to be your indication for where Elise is. And because he chose to push the wave early, you know that he's perhaps thinking about either have Rumble build a big wave or maybe have it just bounce back evenly. And that's an indication that Peanut is not really fancying a dive at that side of the map. And as such, Beyond decides that maybe he can get something in the top side, but ends up losing his blue buff as a result, and now Elise is eyeing him out at the Wolf camp.
Ian's doing a really good job with dealing with Faker's LeBlanc in the mid lane. Faker really trying to put on some pressure, but he misses the chains. And so kind of gets himself into a weird position where he has to stay for the combo, but will definitely eat damage in return. So you see he's forced to use his teleport early here. He wants to get back to that lane, which he will.
Remember, this is not the easiest matchup for LeBlanc. The Scat of the Week for Syndra is going to do so much work in dealing with her distortion that you can cancel out the damage, you can just lock her down, and if she even gets an auto off, you might even get minion aggro on your side against her. And now he blows that scrying orb, pops a control ward, and he's got the lane frozen, so he chose to sacrifice some HP to freeze the wave in his favor. So he's going to start building up that CS right back up and perhaps open up an opportunity for Peanut to find his way onto the mid lane, although that's a double D-ring Syndra with a bit more HP than typically, as we normally would have seen her go for a Morellonomicon early on with the Lost Chapter. So he's going to be a bit more safe than normal.
Yeah, getting that early back, Doran's Ring boots makes you just so much safer against not only the LeBlanc, but also the Elise. And it's kind of a weird trade we saw up in top lane. You know, Rumble with the cooldown nerfs that he received, where the cooldown on his Q is a lot higher, but does more damage. Untara just fighting straight into that while it was heated up, and then backing off. And it was funny because ADD was just stunned the whole time, not moving, and you know, Untara was doing the work. Kind of like in this trade, but ADD took more damage. But after all, okay, ADD's going in actually with the Flame Spitter. Untara forced to get out of there.
Good use of these slice and dice, get that double dash. It's fun to see the evolution of Renekton and how many players have gotten so good at just barely getting that double dash in. You just get a tiny bit of the frame in on one of the larger champions and you can get that double dash when it seemingly felt like you couldn't, like it wouldn't proc it. But earlier, we did see the ward that Faker plays, Scout Out Beyond. That's where Peanut took the opportunity to recall. So they are aware that Rek'Sai is not in the top side of the map as Peanut is here already. So now the information that has been sent has been received by SKT, and now both junglers have found themselves, and it's unlikely that they end up fighting because the minions are all away.
Okay, Wolf going for that flash hook, but Max trying to block with his own flash. Not sure if necessary, as Maha was going to be missed. But either way, a valiant
style point. That's all that matters here. You got great style there, and most of all, your willingness to sacrifice your own life for your support. That makes you happy as an AD carry when you can see that your support cares about your life just so much.
It's true. You got to build the bond in the bot lane. No, they're not playing Kalista. Here's Beyond, and not going to go for it, dodging that death sentence by a hair.
That is a weird angle to go for that play. Now Peanut gets a ward up, and the second Beyond unburrows. He did scout out at least. Okay, so he's not going to fall for this. But showing himself, and both junglers now having been revealed, now allow Faker to go for a safe recall there, knowing that nothing is going to happen on top of the control ward. And so far, the early game is dead even.
Yeah, exactly. Even no big plays up in top lane yet from Peanut. He's sitting at level 5, and he is about to do his rotation into the buffs. So let's see if he goes for any big plays, big ganks with those buffs that he does pick up. Does get the red buff.
Well, he's going to have to find something early because Beyond has completed his Tiamat now, and that means that he's going to be able to power farm much faster than Elise, who, because she didn't get that snowball early, did not go for those mobilities, which is a wise choice by Peanut. Otherwise, your ability to farm just dwindles severely. Here he goes, trying to make that play happen. There are no summoners onto this dual lane, so this could easily turn into a kill on either Max or Maha.
You see Maha's playing pretty far back in the immediate dodge, and the Cocoon will hit Max, though. They're trying to burst him down. This should be a kill as no flash is available. First blood goes over to Bang.
So easy for them to pull this one off. No summoners onto the bottom lane. You know that Rek'Sai is in the top side, so there is no chance of help. And now Beyond scouts out Faker, but Renekton's not in that position to help.
He's going. Look at that burst damage. Beyond his no tanky stats. A solo kill from Faker in the river.
So much damage, what?
Not even blinking. He's like, yeah, just another day.
Oh boy, it's a Syndra syndrome, but onto LeBlanc, and now that Dark Seal has 2 stacks. She's got red buff, so the trading against Ian
the miss.
is not going to be that effective anymore.
Peanut taking a cheeky Ocean Drake. With the way that this laning phase is going and the lack of damage on the turrets, this is actually going to be pretty nice for SKT.
That will help out every lane. Having an Ocean Dragon in the laning phase is where you want this dragon. That's where it helps you the most. Oh boy, Ian's just in trouble now. The wave is pushing back for LeBlanc with red buff. He can't trade.
That red buff is so annoying.
Yeah, the regeneration is huge, so this is a great gank there. He's aiming for Blitz. Maha, I'm going to give him the credit that he's aiming for Blitz. So just super simple to go for him, and Bang picking up first blood means that he's one step closer towards a very quick Essence Reaver.
Gotta give him the benefit of the doubt sometimes. It was a cool Cocoon if he was going for Max. And no vision here of Beyond making his way. And not even a ward in that brush either, so Beyond could get a really nice position in the bot lane.
Well, there are no wards because Wolf chose to go with Mobies early, so he's looking for roam play, same as Max, without vision, but he's going so far back. There are chains of corruption available.
There it is. They're looking for the chain in general, but a perfect Feather Storm into Lantern. Wolf was waiting all the way back, too. It's almost like they sniffed that one out.
She's basically Kalista, except she Fates calls herself. That's pretty much what it is.
Balanced. It's pretty nice. Missing the chains here, but Faker is going in. The red buff. Ian is looking for that unleashed power. Faker, thankfully for him, will flash a scatter of the weak. Gets out of harm's way.
That's a necessary flash, even though he was relatively healthy. Unleashed power was still available, and look at the level advantage he has. He's been able to freeze this lane on top of the kill that he got onto the Rek'Sai. Now he's level 9 to a level 7 Syndra, and they're eyeing Maha, who does not have flash yet.
Those Mobies, man. Look at Wolf speeding on in. He's looking for the play for the easy kill, and that's about as easy as they come. Even an assist going over to Bang, who wasn't really even part of that fight.
That's what happens when Max goes to the mid lane, abandons Maha, and immediately SKT gets to respond. The Mobies onto Wolf, as you're talking about. The Elise, even though she doesn't have Mobies herself, has that completed Runic Echoes, which does allow her to move a little bit faster than if she did not have any of those items completed. And now first brick going over to SKT means that that's a 3,000 gold lead 11 minutes in without much effort.
Well, this is the SKT we know and love. I mean, solo kill out of Faker. Nice plays down in bottom lane between Bang, Wolf, and Peanut.
TP.
And they're looking to snowball, as they do. There's the hook, though, onto Wolf, and an equalizer. The double knock-up, that's going to be the end of that guy. I spoke too well about them. I cursed them. We're going to lose at least one member here.
I've just been cursing everyone all day.
I know. That is the curse of us casters. Faker just walks out. Speaking of that, it looks like he wants Beyond again. Beyond this time will be able to tunnel away.
It was a wise move from MVP there. Oh, wait a minute, he should be fine. Distortion's out.
Well, I mean, he doesn't have his jump. He needs Bang to come in here. Looking for that Void Rush, but the pop back. Here's Max with the hook, though. Going for that kill onto Faker. Can he actually kill him, though? The regen! Okay, he does go down. And Bang will be chased by ADD. So SKT getting a little bit too deep there.
2 kills, so he tries to go for the Rek'Sai, but everybody's there to collapse. And it's Max that comes to the rescue. Ends up killing Faker with the flash fist right at the end. Lantern, oh, they're looking for this play. Max in a ton of trouble here. Nice knock-up, but I don't think that's going to save his life. ADD also wants to go 1v2, but there's the repel. They're looking for that burst. That's a double kill to Wolf. Undecisive on that one. ADD could have committed a little bit earlier. There was Ignite on Max, and they could have tried to salvage that play, but because he chose none immediately, they both pay with their lives, and what was immediately SKT overstepping their bounds and getting punished by the roaming Blitzcrank ends up resulting in 2 kills going their way. Faker pushing on in, making that LeBlanc look super scary. So here it is. He goes over the wall. He's tanking Krug, so he should be fine right now. But here comes where ADD collapses. So he doesn't have his distortion anymore. And he's tanking a lot of damage from this Rumble. So he manages to heat well, gets those autos in. Here's where Blitzcrank comes in. So it's a nice dodge there by him using the distortion. And Max is able to just take him out right here. But the Xayah on the left side of your screen, which you can't see, ends up getting 1v1 by the Rumble. A little bit of assist from the Rek'Sai. And in the end, we saw what happened with Rumble and Blitz dying to Thresh Elise. So Max coming to the rescue. It was funny how he had to flash for that last auto. I thought maybe Faker distorts out of there. He's going to land the chains here, and Ian just going to lose half his health bar as if it didn't even exist. Ian had to go with those Merc Treads early against so much crowd control on the side of SKT. It will help against LeBlanc as well, but because LeBlanc got so far ahead early on, Ian doesn't have control of this lane, even in vision, as Peanut and Wolf have completely taken over the red side. Yep, the duo of vision, the vision duo. Well, that combination, their abilities have such great synergy within themselves. You have both Thresh and Elise that can start things off with either a hook or a cocoon, which is a similarly long-range ability. You follow up with the other, then you can help each other close the gap, both repel and Lantern allow you to cover immense distances, and then the damage between all of them, coupled with the crowd control, means that you can stack them up pretty well as you get some levels in cooldown and cooldown reduction. So it's a great combination to roam around the map, especially in the mid game, and I like how teams play it as a duo. Post-laning phase, those two are the guys to watch, jungle and support.
It's kind of disappointed that Untara and Pina couldn't make anything work together. Pina really was just focusing in the bot lane mostly. Push back here from Ian. Never mind.
I mean, sometimes you might be thinking, yeah, you go with Elise into the Renekton and it's an easy lane, but if ADD is playing safe enough and the opportunities don't present themselves, you have the added benefit of the enemy team thinking that, okay, he wants to go topside, and they weaken their bottom side and are more susceptible to action happening on that side of the map. And as a jungler, you have to have the flexibility to recognize those moments.
Whoa, Untara all alone does get that slice and dice. That was a dicey situation for him 1v4. He was looking for the Scuttle Crab, but everybody from MVP in a position to take this Mountain Drake now will not be contested by SKT, and they're starting to Rift Herald a little bit late here.
But they're trading a Mountain Dragon for a top tier 1. ADD had previously used his Equalizer onto the wave, but Bang and Untara have done sufficient damage to that tower that it's not a worthwhile trade for MVP at this stage in the game. Maybe later it will pay off if they can keep up. But gold going the way of SKT is exactly what they want. They need to get more gold, more turrets to enhance their vision and prepare them for a Baron in the upcoming 5 to 10 minutes. And that's the way that they snowball. Dragons don't snowball a game. It's gold and towers.
Very true. We've seen it before where teams, they get one dragon and win the game at times. And
one dragon, one game? What?
They get one dragon compared to 2 or 3 of the other team, and they still win the game. It doesn't really matter how many dragons you have. It depends on how the game goes.
Oh yeah,
as you were saying. And there was one ping that went onto the Rift Herald while SKT was doing it, but MVP just decided to back off after getting Mountain Drake. Didn't want to go in there. They had no vision. Didn't want to be caught out, so they kind of just give that objective away, and it was given to Faker, who's now in the bot lane. So, not looking to use it in mid lane just yet.
Oh, with the not very strong defense that MVP have onto the mid lane, and with how strong Faker is on the side lanes right now, if somebody does not answer him, he might be able to use that Herald to pop a tier 2, which is a nice chunk of change in his pockets. So we might see that happening, but the vision has to be the one that tells us that story. And so far, it's relatively shallow, only a control ward over the blue buff, but everything else, the river, belongs to SKT.
Yeah, the entire river, by the way, not just the bottom side or the top side. It's the entire river. There's one ward in the mid lane from MVP and a couple in the blue side jungle, but that's about it. And Faker, he is not going to get hooked this time. Distort's back. He's going on Ian. He wants to get that kill, but also wants to dodge that. Here comes the Void Rush. He is going to flash, but a little bit late. But he's trying to distort out. There's the Lantern, and Wolf will save his life. And so much used to try to catch Faker. Meanwhile, mid-turret's going down.
4 people got sent down, and none of them were able to clean him up. Those Merc treads doing so much work for him, keeping him alive. Otherwise, he surely would have gone down. And the Lantern to boot, make sure he gets out of that, and not giving Beyond the chance to go for that Prey Seeker that we saw before.
I mean, even if they did get Faker, they would have lost so much health on this mid-tier 1. Would it have been worth it in the end? I suppose if they killed him right away and rotated back, would have been nice.
Yeah, exactly. Kills are only worthwhile based on how long they take. So here he has a great dodge, and he wants to dodge out of the stun, but I don't think he would have died to Ian's combo after that one. So he tries to flash out of that one, and here's he's just looking for the Prey Seeker, but just doesn't have it. Gets out. That was cool. He drew so much pressure. You don't see often players capable of creating opportunities for your team to get advantages elsewhere and not die for it. So many times you see a split pusher going and say, all right, well, I died, guys. What can you get in return? But Faker doesn't die, and SKT still get advantages elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's Faker, and it's also Faker's LeBlanc, right? The champion that he's playing. He dodges double stun and even, you know, chunks Ian down and gets away with it at the end. And part of the reason MVP was trying to kill him in total was he still has that Rift Herald. Hasn't used it yet. Still in his inventory.
It's about the threat of Herald. Not really, you want to use it.
From the dead, Herald's still a threat to everybody. There it is, and the stun is coming through. It's going to be interrupted. Oh boy, Faker making a mistake. No more Rift Herald.
Yeah, that was a bizarre use of Rift Herald right in the face of the brush, not knowing where Ian was, so he goes for an easy stun. And now Rift Herald is no more, and I think that's one of the ones that takes a cake for worst Rift Herald use. It never even came out.
Yeah, I think that does take the cake. Because in other, you know, it's been interrupted before, as we talked about in the last series, but maybe only 1 or 2 times. But not just like that, where basically Ian, he blew no summoners, nothing, and just walked up and stopped it.
But LeBlanc is going to be fine trading like this. With the Gunblade, her regeneration on the wave is similar to what a Fiora with a Tiamat can do, which goes for some cheeky tower dive damage, gets those vital procs, and then regenerates off the wave with your Tiamat, and then does it again. Similarly, LeBlanc with the Gunblade goes for some damage or can take some negative trades that may look hideous on their part, and then regenerates right back up. Here's another attempt.
He gets the slow with the Hextech Gunblade, and down to half health, or even a third health is Ian. Immediate recall. Faker not even losing anything. What he's really low on is mana.
Yeah, so base comes out. I think he might be eyeing a Void Staff as a next item. The magic resistance on the side of MVP is going to slowly start to add up. Merc Treads are just the first wave of MR, but it actually is going to be that Banshee's Veil, which will be useful against Blitzcrank, Varus, the initial stun from Ian. It could even stop the knockup from Beyond, so it's a wise defensive itemization considering the strong position that he's in and being a side lane threat.
Yeah, definitely do like it. And Max, he gets out of the laning phase. Okay, they lose the laning phase for sure, but still have the threat of this hook. Ever prevalent, sitting on a control ward. You can just hook Bang or really anyone. Uh-oh, hold that thought. Ian in a lot of trouble. The flash forward from Bang is perfect. The Feather Storm, though, Ian will sidestep. Won't get hit by the pullback that looks like it was on cooldown from Bang. And he does get away.
Just playing with fire there. I almost thought for a second that they would commit even more to try to get Ian killed before that fight.
Ooh.
And Utara, he doesn't have a second dash.
He's like, I don't need that lantern. I'll just wait as long as possible. Now, Double Ocean is going to be pretty nice for SKT. Bang being chased here. Beyond Death Sentence. Prey Seeker does hit Bang, but they can't make anything work as they do give over that Ocean Drake.
So look at Untara's items. He's gone with an adaptive helm, and so many times, especially earlier in the season, we'd see top laners go, or even mid laners, just so many people going for the adaptive helm early on without actually seeing whether or not it was a good item at the time. Wait a minute.
Oh, the flay from Wolf. Double flay. That's probably going to be both of them locked down. Goodbye bot lane of MVP. Meanwhile, Untara saying, ADD, get out of my lane. I'm the new top laner of SKT. You can't fight my Renekton.
I wasn't even going to diss the adaptive helm. It was praising me for talking well about it. It's a great choice here because when you're dealing with Rumble and Syndra, it nullifies so much of the consistent damage that it will deal. The teleport comes out to zone out Renekton.
Immediate cleanse here from Ian, but oh boy, being chased now. The knockup onto Faker won't even matter, and the teleport in from Untara. A lot of members of SKT getting very low though, and Beyond is in here. They're forced to back off, but the hook is gonna take them out. Will SKT go back onto this Baron? Everybody's super low. The rest of them are chasing ADD up here in the top lane. Can they even get the kill? One more Q would do it, but the flash forward from Max. He's looking for the kill back onto Untara, but the double slice and dice. In comes Faker, the Hextech Gunblade gets the kill. And finally they pick up that Rumble.
And Max was so close to killing Untara there. If he had used the static field, they might have been able to clean him up, but it allowed Faker to come in right at the end as they were baffled that Renekton survived and just drops the Gunblade onto the Rumble.
Zapped him.
Tased.
Faker making this LeBlanc look like a big meta pick. We see it every once in a while.
It's only the guys that can truly play her well.
And Faker's definitely one of them. I mean, this was the champion that he had that crazy undefeated spree on, right? The
Yes.
LeBlanc. So, I mean, he's bringing it back. He's always got it in his pocket. Definitely just a hashtag Faker thing.
Yeah, so here it is. The teleport comes out from Renekton, and the stun was excellent to stop Wolf from coming into the pit. And while they try to do damage onto the Rek'Sai, she does use her ultimate to get over the wall. Oh. But unfortunately gets up. Just had her eye on Peanut, thinking that maybe she could get Peanut dead and go for a steal, but it was just too much. And here he goes. Let's see if Blitz could have gone for the ult. Oh, yeah. You can get that ulti off, right? Actually, was it? I believe it was down. A bit bugged out there to see if it came out or not. However, SKT did walk away victorious on that fight, and now they get to reset onto this Baron to do it again, but they do not have Renekton's teleport, so it's not going to be as easy as last time. So now LeBlanc takes the place of Renekton in the bottom lane, and she does have teleport.
Yeah, we always talk about the 1-3-1, and when you're running teleport LeBlanc, one of the strongest. Faker doing it just right. No answer for him just now. It looks like maybe they're going to send ADD.
Well, actually, Faker actually has champions that he was bad on. There is one that
Well, what's that?
comes to light. It's Xerath.
Xerath.
Actually, yeah. I believe he wasn't the best Xerath out there, but luckily that pick hasn't been too meta. It's always just been your one or two players, such as GBM, trying to make that pick work, and surely they made it work, but not many others. It's kind of in the same category as Ziggs.
What about the Vel'Koz? We had a couple of people playing it mid lane in spring.
Definitely good at Vel'Koz. Definitely good at Vel'Koz.
Oh, I wasn't saying he was bad at it. I was just saying, what about the Vel'Koz? What happened to him? We never see him anymore.
He has 0 defensive tools and is probably one of the squishiest mid laners. Here's a hook up to Beyond.
They're looking for this. If they can catch Beyond, that's going to be a gigantic pit, but he does tunnel underneath, and Faker, he's going in, looking for those chains. Hex deck to start, but misses the chains, and so they will not pick up the kill.
Beyond just barely getting away. Had a Wolf saved his fillet or the Lantern for the tunnel, they might have been able to actually kill the Rek'Sai. But now MVP gets another chance to start cleaning out some vision, and Max does so wisely. And this is good by them to get control of the mid lane first. As long as they control mid, the chances of SKT doing Baron go down significantly, and they can resume clearing the waves and looking for opportunities to pick SKT, because right now they are completely dependent on Max's hook to get anything done, or SKT overextending.
Yeah, I'm sitting 7,000 gold behind, really just struggling to hang on and clear out whatever vision they can, trying to stop these Barons, and they did just barely do that in the last fight around Baron.
But remember that Blitzcrank on the red side does offer the off-the-wall Baron hook, which is so annoying to deal with. You usually sit there, try to block anybody from coming in, but when you have Blitzcrank, it's such a dangerous proposition to go there and try to defend against anything. So while SKT, normally you'd see them accelerate the game faster in this scenario, because of the draft that MVP has, it becomes that much more problematic to go for this Baron. Look at this, right? They sit there, but you always have Blitzcrank that can hook you over the wall, and the Lantern is unlikely to save you with the wealth of crowd control and CC that MVP has to offer. So they have to be even more thorough with their vision and lane control, which is one of the powerful benefits of a Blitzcrank on red side.
Yeah, apparently another big benefit is making sure that your AD carry gets the red buff, because as we saw, Bang & Wolf, they were trying to steal the red buff away, but Max was like, no, that's ours. Give that back. Maha does get it.
It's a good synergy between Blitz and Rek'Sai, proccing those Banshee's Veils, then going for hooks. There's still a Scrying Orb they can pull if they are worried about a Baron being started, but I believe a second that they show on the lanes, SKT should not, or MVP should be fine knowing that SKT is not a Baron. They just have to keep tabs on Xayah and Elise. As long as those two are on the map clearing some minions, they shouldn't be worried about a Baron going down, and they definitely should not be worrying about a 30-minute Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, it just seems like SKT is very willing to play this pretty slow. You know, they have Bang scaling up, but they do run out of the power that Elise and Renekton do offer in the early
Cautious,
to
Valdez,
mid-game.
cautious. You can't let the Blitzcrank get those hooks off. At this stage in the game, if they are to lose a Baron, SKT would likely collapse in their base. They don't have a wealth of wave clear. You have LeBlanc, who against Baroned up minions is not going to have the easiest time. Xayah, who does not have a strong wave clear tool in her build or in her kit. She's going to be stuck playing super far back when you're dealing with Blitzcrank because she doesn't have a ban. Whoa, Ooh, that's a lot of damage on that W, but they just have to be extremely thorough with this Baron before they decide to make a move on it. This is confident, right? You want to make sure that if you do it right.
Yeah. Well, now they have a Cloud Drake, so they can move around the map pretty fast. But as you said, not really the biggest deal in the world. I hope they don't play it ultra cautious to the point where they wait for the Elder Dragon to come up.
No, I don't
have time for that to make its way.
I doubt they're aiming for that, but remember that they're still getting a lead in the bottom side. Renekton has been chunking out that inhibitor turret by himself. The adaptive helm has allowed him to sustain through Rumble, and now they get to make some moves topside the second that they reveal top or a mid.
Yeah, I mean, just brick by brick basically on these turrets. Not ever committing to a dive or to a gigantic push, but just a couple of hits from the red buff of Bang, and slowly the turrets get chunked. And they rotate to mid, they rotate into top. Faker with that ever-looming presence that Ian's still having trouble dealing with.
Here they are, Xayah and Elise, so they push out the lanes, and they might have bought just enough time to go for this, and now Renekton gets to overextend bottom lane. He needs to draw some attention, make MVP think twice about going anywhere, and now the Baron gets to go their way. So very well played from SKT. They push out, and they secure the objective without any chance of retaliation from MVP side.
Yeah, basically perfect after the first Baron attempt. No mistakes in securing finally the Baron at about 32 minutes and a half. And now the real fun can begin, as these pushes will definitely make their way. That mid lane turret getting to about half health here. That looks to be the first target. We got Untara going for a Guardian Angel, so he's built pretty tanky. Adaptive Helm, Randuin's, has that Black Cleaver though, and he's going to have a second life in just a minute here.
It's actually curious how now Renekton's, Camille's, Fiora, so many of the physical top laners are getting to go Guardian Angel. The item originally being like, oh, okay, we're going to make this an AD carry kind of item, an AD item. But now the top lane tank bruisers that typically would normally get AGA in the previous iteration of it when there was MR and Magic for this, and Bang gets caught.
Okay, Feather Storm, and he does flash out of the hook, but he was playing with fire there. You could tell he really wanted to push that mid lane, and the second the Lantern ran out, that was when Ian was like, okay, now's my chance. Here it is, and he does land the stun, but Faker does, or rather, Bang does get out of there with his summoners.
Self-heal is huge. Now targets some damage on bottom side, but back on the point of the
Guardian Angel.
Yeah, the Guardian Angel, thank you. You have all these top lane bruisers that can abuse the itemization and now get so much more damage when they're ahead, and the team fighting presence remains the same, and hell, if he even wants to, he could even go for a Gargoyle Stone Plate on top of it later.
Yeah, definitely not a bad idea as we go in. But okay, we got Bang being put in the bouncy pit, jumping around, being hooked all over the place, and I mean, no summoners. He gets caught a second time. Maybe getting a little bit impatient in this game.
That might have been beyond initiating with the tunnel over the mid lane and using flash, so that looks like that's what it was.
Faker still has his Banshee spell up. Max was going for the hook. Was hoping to break it first, but oh boy, look at this. Underneath turret, Untara But ADD does have that Zonia's plus the Redemption. And with that rotation, Peanut and Wolf able to take out this mid-tier too.
This is one of the reasons why SKT have to be patient. Renekton is slowly more capable of dealing with Rumble, threatening a dive, and had there been pressure on mid lane, it's unlikely that Varus would have responded, and Rumble would have likely had to flash or burn Equalizer to get out of that situation. Renekton's only sitting at about 1,500 gold up on Rumble, but due to the build, due to the timings and Baron, he's more than capable of threatening a dive, and that's a window of opportunity for SKT to start creating leads and start cracking bases. And as expected, Renekton is going to be going for that Gargoyle Stone Plate with that Null Magic Mantle, or Negatron Cloak, pardon, completed. And now Rumble is going to be in an even saltier pickle.
In an even saltier pickle. The saltiest pickles are the most delicious, but apparently not for ADD in this game. Look at the quadruple scanner out of SKT. They just deny vision all game long. Oh, the play here out of Peanut. The repel into the cocoon. Easy peasy follow-up from Wolf. And down goes ADD the Rumble. So should be an easy Elder Drake pickup if they want it.
It's an odd choice there from ADD, choosing not to flash out of that cocoon, seeing the imminent danger that was looming, and now pays with his life. And SKT looks like they don't care about this dragon. They still have a couple of seconds onto the Baron. And if they can actually get Baron to push some minion waves, okay, they're falling back onto Elder now. But Faker remains to push confidently top side. There's not a whole lot that they can do. Remember it last time, it took 4 people to try to gun him down, and he still made it out alive. So similarly this time around, they will need multiple carries as well as CC left, right, and center to take him out.
I love how he maximizes his efficiency at the same time. The amount of times that he's gone for Krugs, just rotating in, taking the Raptors. Definitely one of the earliest things I learned in League when I was playing in Season 2, when it was all about just farming in the mid lane. You just want to get every single creep that you possibly can, and Faker does it all while pushing top.
Well, it's so much more than Faker trying to get himself ahead. It's getting the jungler behind. And notice how Beyond is level 15 to Peanut 17. That's because they have been thoroughly cleaning out all the camps as they come in, and that sets your jungler in a better position to succeed and puts theirs, who's a critical initiation tool in this game, super far behind. And now anytime he goes in, he's more than likely to get popped right away, as now there's Elder, that's a 4-item Xayah, as well as a 4-item LeBlanc that a squishier Rek'Sai just cannot withstand.
Rek'Sai does have the Abyssal Mask. Faker going for the assassination beyond the inhibitor onto Ian, but does miss those chains.
And such a disjointed identity from Rek'Sai here, with the Abyssal Mask helping Syndra and Rumble at the same time. The Tiamat for the early game, then the Cinderhulk to be tankier, and now the Randuin's is gonna come out a little bit later. So a little bit of everything there with the buffet build.
Yeah, it's definitely an awkward spot for him. He was able to participate in some of the ganks that we saw earlier on, but oh man, that hook missing Faker, who does still have the Banshee's Veil. And finally, they do crack this bottom lane turret. They've been working on that one for quite a while. Bang, once again, eating that damage, but does get out of there with the Feather Storm.
Getting a bit too close. Syndra can always drop an Unleashed Power, and if he's not at 100% HP, he is likely to go down. Baron comes up in 30 seconds, so SKT would be wise not to take a fight at this moment, whereas MVP should be looking for a pick. However, there is multiple Banshees now on the side of SKT, which make it that much harder for Max to be the leader in searching for this.
Oh, the flash in. He wants Maha's life, and not just Maha's life. He wants this inhibitor, as Maha was the only one around there. Look at both Beyond and Ian up in top lane, just clearing out the waves, and looks like they're definitely going to respect the Blitzcrank for now. They don't overstay their welcome. As you mentioned, Baron did just spawn.
A fight here would be the equivalent of what we saw on Sunday in the match between Ever and Rox Tigers, where Ever got so far ahead took a Baron, or chose to take a fight about 10 seconds before Baron lost, and lost the Baron, which stalled out the game for another 15 minutes. And that's the last thing that SKT want to be doing. The game's going to 40. They still have a solid lead, but they need to be thorough with it. They don't want to be throwing anytime soon.
The cautious Baron take begins again. As MVP, they're very far behind, but one objective away from making a case to come back in this game.
And the way they do that is that they likely will have to sacrifice the inhibitor into the bottom side. SKT needs to be pressuring both Baron, mid lane, and bottom with Renekton. And then MVP is having to make the choice of, do you go for Renekton or do you choose to defend the Baron? In order to stall out the game, it would be beneficial for them to go for a Baron fight and sacrifice the inhibitor using the teleport from ADD. And what SKT wants to do is dance around MVP, have them commit to a teleport, having them to pull back, and then you continue to push with the Renekton, making the choice that Rumble has no opportunity or no option to join that fight. Right now, however, they're strong enough to two-man this Baron. That's not full AP at least that can easily mow this down with the help of Xayah.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Mountain Drake on their side, but still going to be incredibly fast. Bang, rotating over, taking out all the wards that were put down. And they have total control of the Baron pit right now. But here we go. They have started it, but immediately MVP, they're making their move. I think they've sniffed this one out. The hook goes down onto Max. No follow-up damage in SKT. They're just not going to take the chance. They're not going to stay on that Baron.
They'll keep trying them every single time. Just see, okay, how do they react? How much time did we have to go for this Baron? If we push and try again, how much time do we have this time around? We chunked out Max. Maybe we can go for it again. Remember that while Beyond does have flash, he cannot enter the pit with Tunnel.
Okay, here we go. Prayseeker is down. They're going for it. Ian is going to check with that W vision. Over comes Faker looking for that assassination, and there it is. Chain's now going to go on to Beyond in a double kill as Beyond and Ian, trying to be the heroes, get swiped over by Faker.
And poor communication from MVP, not deciding who needs to base, how are we going to protect this Baron at this instance, and they get punished right away. 2 kills, Baron, and Nuntara didn't even die. He's still just lurking around, full HP, has his flash, so ready to take on this inhibitor.
I love the positioning of him too. He's like, oh, are they rotating? Are they looking for me? And the second that Rumble shows, he's like, oh yeah, okay, they were. And perfect positioning, very precise play, cautious.
This has been
sharp like a knife.
Yeah, clinical game from SKT. Sure, the timer looks a little bit longer than your average game time of around 35, but so far they have been playing it to a T.
Yeah, now on their second Baron, this is really when they push it in. And SKT, they'll give you what you give them. If you're going to play it super safe, they'll play super safe with you and wait until you make one mistake and take over the game. If you're going to give away kills, well, then they're going to roll over you in 25 minutes. So this time it was a slower one. They're looking to end it out, taking out Beyond, as well as Ian, make that 3. As the rest of them are going to cower in the base. And they're looking for one more. They actually do get ADD on the back of it. Game number 1 will finish in 43 minutes.
Not a single turret went MVP's way. Only 5 kills in under 44 minutes. And sure, they might be thinking, oh boy, that sure took a while, but just so well executed by their part. Score lines are beautiful all around. It was only Bang, really, that ended up getting caught a couple of times. And Nuntara continues his reign of dominance. Now 12-0, 2 more games over Huni. Him and Blank seem to be on fire.
Yeah, keep this guy in the lineup. I like this Nuntara fella. He's doing well on his Renekton. You know, not the most flashy player, but extremely smart. You can tell just his positioning, the plays that he makes in the side lanes. He never gets caught out, always in the right position, pressuring. You know, it could just be one of the other members, maybe Wolf's telling him, okay, now go push, and now back off. But whatever's going on, it's working out for SKT and Nuntara.
And that's what Blank mentioned. It's not that he got better. It's that the team's communication, that the team synergy improved, and that has allowed him to shine. And it seems like that kind of communication has just allowed everybody on SKT to shine just a little bit brighter.
Yeah, it's very obvious to see. Nuntara's putting his jacket on, so I don't know what that means. He's not unplugging anything yet, so We'll have to assume that he's staying in for now. MVP really just thinking over that ADD on the Rumble. Had a rough time. Had some nice equalizers, but that's about it.
This is a good play for them to commit right away to killing the Resh, and eventually it's devolved into this one where they're going for Faker, and they were able to actually clean 2 people on this fight. They actually end up killing Faker with him trying to dodge out of the Void Rush with the distortion, but eventually Max does pick him up, as well as off your screen they clean Bang. But then they get greedy, and they end up losing 2 members for it. The indecisiveness here, right? So you see Rumble coming in, he's like, could I participate? He's waiting for his heat. However, in hindsight, I actually think he might not have been able to follow through on that one. Not being able to use 2 damage abilities was the difference, and this is where Faker just gets away, drawing pressure at 4 members. Even Maha is chasing in here, trying to do something, but Faker just gets away scot-free.
Hashtag just Faker things on the Blanc. And the double play, as you were talking about, just one moment you get out of position, SKT will conquer you. Down goes the bot lane into this Baron fight, which is pretty interesting.
It's like a game of fencing. You simply go, you try to poke, you get nothing, and then you keep doing it. You keep doing the technique that you have refined a million times over, and the second that the opportunity comes through, you strike blood, and that's exactly what SKT did here. And the praise really could not be more at this stage. We saw their macro be exceptional, like gunblade, gun down,
zapped
the Wild Wild West. Their macro was exceptional against KT, and it has not worsened. That's what we can say here against MVP.
Yeah, they give up 5 kills and 1 Drake over to MVP. But Faker and SKT, their reign continues. Bang with the most damage in the game. Rumble with a pretty intense amount of damage against that Renekton. And the Syndra with 9,000 damage. We were talking about Cassiopeia's damage, and this is another number where it's like, okay, 43 minutes, 9,000.
Well, remember how the matchup started. Syndra was winning these trades. Faker had to teleport back, but the timing on his base was able to freeze the wave, climb back, then he got a kill off a Beyond that did not respect his damage and gave first blood to him, and Snowball began.
So MVP, they have to go back to the drawing board if they want to stand up to SKT. Let's go to a short break. When we come back, we'll have game number 2. Welcome back, guys, to the 2017 LCK Summer Split here at the Nexon Arena with SPO TV. We're in the midst of SKT versus MVP. It was a very long game, about 43 minutes, but SKT with precise moves to take that one out against MVP.
Absolutely. It was systematic the way that they closed this one out. On the MVP, I'd imagine it's Faker, and yes, it is going to be Faker. 6-1 and 5, drawing so much pressure, getting solo kills. This is where it all began. Beyond thinking, oh, surely LeBlanc could not solo me out at this stage in the game. Equal levels. Nope. The answer was not even close. And ever since then, SKT just played the vision game, played the side lanes in a 1-3-1 fashion. And while it took a while, they made it just look so simple with nearly no chance of retaliation. Here's another pick that he's able to get on the final Baron attempt. And now this time around, no substitutions. Typically we see them sub out either Untara, Huni, Peanut, or Blank, but it will remain the same starters from game one, Untara and Peanut.
Yeah, I do like it. I feel like Untara's gotten to a point where he's just more consistent, and the picks that he plays are more consistent, right? We don't see Huni's Kennen going up against Renekton and Elise and getting bopped. We see Untara just with a very solid game on Renekton, and things, they're probably going to change as we do go into the red side for SKT. And I think having Untara get that experience there, as he has shown, as I said before, to be more consistent, I do like keeping him in. Peanut had a pretty good game as well. I like not replacing him either.
Well, I think we can't draw too many conclusions about a player state based on their champion, especially when they have a wide champion pool. We know Huni can play all the top lane meta champions right now, so the Kennen pick might not have even been himself going for it. You don't know if we don't know if the coaching staff was the one that said, go play Kennen and Untara. We just so happen to give you the more suitable champions for the job. But I agree with you completely. He has been more consistent, and Huni is a player who has more experience. So balancing that out might put them in a advantageous position come Worlds. However, typically in Worlds, you get one substitute, not two.
Yeah, so they're deciding who's going to be the substitute. I would have to imagine it would be Blank, but who knows? Guys, we're going to jump into pick and ban for game number 2. This time with MVP on blue.
And the first ban is going to be that LeBlanc, and I expect this champion to start making its way onto the ban list for many of the LCK teams, as so many people look onto Faker for what to play. And LeBlanc is pretty straightforward, but it does have a high skill ceiling that allows you to outplay your opponents as beautifully as we saw Faker do in that game, dodging out against 4 people and living to tell the tale.
Thresh taken away from Wolf as well. MVP really just open with their picks, or rather their bans on the blue side. They don't feel pressured to ban out any of the super OP picks or anything like that. Just letting SKT do their work for them.
Well, last time SKT did ban out Zac and Galio on blue side, so they did give MVP some more creativity in their bans, and now Elise and Caitlyn remain open. It's unlikely that SKT leave only one available, but they might feel bold and just try their luck, and there it is. They're going to leave up the Elise for Beyond, and you know they will absolutely take it in the first rotation, and here she is. Only one game behind Zac as the most contested pick in LCK Summer.
I think she was not picked or banned in just one game. Something like a pick and ban rate of 99 point something. And with Talia up, I mean, we've said this before, you can't really ban out Faker, but you can ban out what he looked to get on in the last game. So you take away his LeBlanc, but he'll throw a good Talia performance right back at you.
And already the Talia, we know it can combo so well with the split pusher that Untara can play. Camille, you have Renekton, you have Fiora. 3 picks that are already so difficult to deal with on their own. And when you add the global pressure of that champion, it becomes unmanageable. And now, with the second set of bans, we can expect MVP to try to focus on that one, but there's still even more now that Jace has made its way back onto the top lane, as we have seen previously, which means that this Talia pick goes even further up in priority, and MVP have to respond with some hard engage to focus on that 1-3-1 that SKT is likely to run in this draft.
Taking a bunch of CC and the Syndra and the Varus. And what will be the response here from SKT? Renekton's been a hotly contested pick. Maybe you want to pick that up before the ban phase, but there are other picks available, such as the Xayah. Bang did play it in the last game.
She's just so powerful as a self-heal champion. Last time we saw Bang getting caught out multiple times, but still just using her Feather Storm to get out of sticky situations, and you can dodge out of Syndra's ultimate with it. So very capable of defending herself against the champions that MVP have so far. And they can combo that with a Tahm Kench or even a Braum if they so desire, making it that much harder for them to deal with. But they will actually ban Braum themselves, so they don't want to deal with that against MVP. And interesting, as now I'm left a little dumbfounded as to what Wolf might be looking for.
Tyne said today she didn't skip her after-school class. Apparently she did that before, maybe on another broadcast.
Who hasn't
that
skipped
one
class to play video games? Can you blame her?
That's actually part of the reason why they cover their faces, because they don't want to be seen on TV skipping class, skipping high school, and stuff like that. So there is actually a practical reason sometimes. In this case, as it is now 9:30 in Korea, you probably don't have class at this time, but I've heard crazier things over here.
What crazier things?
Well, you know, just crazy school schedules from like 7, 8 a.m. until midnight. Go home, do homework, sleep.
What?
Yeah, dude. It's pretty intense over here.
You
It's
can't
very
do that.
competitive.
7 to 12?
If you have enough after-school classes, you can. I mean, not straight. There are some breaks in between as you commute between classrooms, I suppose. Lots of top laners banned out here. Camille, Renekton, Kennen.
Yeah, so SKT choosing not to go with the split pusher for Untara, instead saving the last pick for Wolf. So a bit of an odd use there for that last selection, but who knows what they have in mind. So far they have a lot of damage on this composition, one of those front tank, well, without a front line. Although Wolf might be feeling up to the task for playing an Alistar, which would be a strong pick into Syndra, as you can always pop your ultimate, block so much of her damage, as well as deal with the Varus front line, and the pick would synergize well so far. Oh, will ADD do it blind? It's a good pick into Rumble, especially right now.
Oh, there it is. All right. We will have a Jax here in LCK.
So Jax was recently picked. Yeah, there's going to be the Alistar for Wolf. Makes sense, but Jax was recently picked in NALCS by Darshan. Did not find a win, however, but the Jax got changed where your W, your Empower, now increases your range. Now,
by 50, I think. But it's significant.
A little bit, yeah. So the way that Jax wants to play out, you just need items. That's all that Jax needs. The early stages in the game, you can try to be aggressive. You do have that Fervor, which is likely the keystone that he's going to be going for. That can stack up tons of damage if he has the time to auto-attack, but he doesn't have enough attack speed early on to really make that work. So it's going to be about babysitting him early. He's great with setting up ganks, but what's important is that the game hits a point where he's sitting at 2 to 3 items where he can safely dive Untara. But if Jax gets ahead, there is no stopping him.
We've been seeing a lot of interesting stuff as a bunch of the patches are definitely changing up the meta here. We saw Akali, we saw Mordekaiser, and now we're getting to see Jax up in the top lane. As you mentioned, it has been played in other regions, but ADD, I love how he was on camera, he like lifts his hand, he's like, "Coach, I got this." And then he immediately locks it in.
Well, a big danger with this Jax pick is actually that there is no front line in the 1-4 formation for MVP, so they are susceptible to getting dove by Alistar and Rumble, which can just decimate that squishy line. And here you have SKT's lineup, just survive against Jax and then dive the bottom lane. However, Untara does have the opportunity to get ahead of Jax, and if Rumble is ahead of Jax, there is no chance for him to make a comeback. He'll need about 5 to 6 items before he can actually start making his presence known.
Lots of pressure on ADD to make this Jax look good. He's using the ice hockey skin, so he's bringing out his ice hockey stick, hoping to slap that puck around. Let's see what he can do here in game number 2. Here we go. Game number 2. Go out there and tell your friends that Jax is being played here in LCK. ADD, one of the guys known for playing weird picks. He made Sion banned against him for about half of Spring Split.
As well as Sejuani.
Didn't last too long, though, that Sejuani.
Thankfully, it did not. So now we get to see Jax, who is quite an exciting champion. One of the best parts about him is the sounds that he makes when he actually ends up hitting a tower. And
oh, yeah, you're 100% correct.
he takes some chunk, but what's critical about Jax is that you have to be incredibly intelligent with the way that you use your Counter-Strike and your ultimate. Remember that your ultimate will give you resistances based on your AD and AP. And so, but your Counter-Strike does also offer AoE damage reduction, which if you use it wisely against the likes of a Rumble or Taliyah, it can make a significant difference in a fight. The one thing to avoid many times with Jax is that you almost never want to be engaging a fight with your Counter-Strike first. That's almost always a recipe for disaster, and as such, we'll have to watch out how he uses that ability. He's already just stacking his passive. It's a little bit of damage on. There it is.
Yeah. You can engage with it when it's your only ability. That's for sure.
Yeah. He's got 8 stacks of Fervor built up already, so should be winning those trades against Suntara, but him getting low means that he becomes susceptible to getting ganked by Peanut, who has chosen a route that finishes top. So already attention drawn to this lane. And he hasn't skilled his second point just yet. There it is, that Q. But he has your Trinket Ward, which means that all he has to do is save your Leap Strike, and you should be able to avoid most ganks.
And just play it safe, as you were saying. Just farm it up.
Think of him like Cassidy in the top lane. Farm, farm,
That's
farm.
a good way to put it.
Get to a point where your side lane threat is too much to handle and collapse if necessary.
And you can see Peanut, he's not going to stick around up in the top side, just going for, looks like a full clear.
They're not aware about at least his whereabouts, so it's wise not to go for this. If a counter gank is to happen topside and Jax or at least get ahead, then it would be disastrous for SKT.
Sidestepping out of Faker. He's definitely made his name on it, and you get to see it daily here in LCK. Always a treat. Coming on in here is Beyond. Peanut will flash it in time, or smite it. Just out of range there, the Counter-Strike. Leap striking away.
He has 1 flats left, so fun to track this champion, although there will reach a point that if he does not itemize Sustain, the damage from Rumble can stack up too quickly for him to continue trading and farming in the creep wave. So it's a fickle matchup into the Rumble, now that Doran Shield has become that much more potent in dealing with the Jax.
I hope that the Jax does well, because always on solo queue, whenever there's a new big pick in Korea, just people spam it and they don't know how to play it and they get wrecked. It's always fun to watch. I remember I had like 2 or 3 Akali pickers that just came in and went like 1-7 after Ixu's pentakill on the Akali.
I think Jax is a little bit easier to execute than the Akali. You can just sit in a lane forever and farm. This Rek'Sai in the least, though, hasn't been spotted through Tremor Sense.
Oh, look at that. Coming over the wall, and Untara in a bit of trouble, but he is in the brush. But here comes Peanut from behind. So keep that in mind. The flash on the Cocoon. Peanut looking for that knockup, flashing on top of ADD. Leap strike to get away. Lots of damage being put back on the Peanut, but Beyond getting low as well. No one's going to die, but here comes Faker with that roam.
Oh,
using that passive, and there it is, first blood. And he's looking for more. Can he get on top of ADD here? It doesn't look like, oh, okay, he's continuing to chase the flash forward, though. Will force that flash out of ADD.
And look at how many minions he misses. Where was the MIA call from Ian? Talia just makes her way onto the top side and beyond base checks. That should not have happened, and now this Jax is 12 CS behind, and Talia gets a kill and all in onto the bottom lane.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's getting close there. Bang. Very known to get aggressive when he feels safe. ADD says, okay, you can TP on me if you want. I'll trade back.
Oh, now this gets hairy for Jax. So he's at a level disadvantage onto the Rumble, who is now starting to build up more damage, whereas Jax has to build resistances. And here comes that another attempt. The Counter-Strike is down, so the second that they see Rek'Sai here, they should be pulling away from this. The minions are against MVP. They needed to back off from this. That flash is not worth it. Peanut commits his own to try to get Jax's, which is doesn't still get it, but Beyond ends up burning his own flash himself. And meanwhile, Faker just casually strolls up here, and this just should not have happened.
Another casual stroll in live, and uh-oh, ADD on the Jax. He's going to be knocked around the bounce house. Actually, Untara taking that turret damage. Void Rush coming on out. Peanut will be able to pick up that kill.
They pick the Jax, but they are not trying to help him succeed. And now SKT just see Jax as a window of exploitation. They keep punishing the top side. 51-33 CS onto the Rumble versus Jackson. Now you have a level 5 Elise trying to go for this dragon, but they have lost first brick, and it's going to take so long for Jax to be relevant now that Rumble not only has a team fighting advantage, now he also has the laning advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are going to get a nice look at the bad side of picking, you know, out of meta champions when you get this far behind. We'll see if the Jax can do anything in this game. Ian being knocked back with the seismic shove. Faker did have that burst of speed, the Storm Raiders, but not able to commit anymore.
Jax can still be relevant. He, as we mentioned before in the champion select, it's all about itemization for him. If he has his Maw of Malmortius, which is what he's going for as early in the Hex Drinker, and likely a Trinity Force after, and maybe even a Blade of the Ruined King. That's one of the builds that we see. There is so much discussion around the build for Jax. We've seen so many crazy builds before. You can go Gunblade. Sometimes people even go Titanic Hydra to push out the lanes with the extra hit points. So there's a lot of different builds that ADD can go for. But in the end, all of them will help the champion. Lane against Rumble, split push, be a team fighting presence, but right now the hole that he's in is a difficult one to get out of.
He's not looking to freeze the lane there, he's just farming it up. Peanut found in the jungle here, but Beyond is out of mana. Wolf has those Mobies already, is in position just in case anything happens.
Drawing Elise away, just takes the blue buff for Untara. So he's just having a field day to the top side, just waiting for the wave. And while he's not capable of killing the Jax by himself, Jax has the ability to disengage quite easily. It's only when he uses his Leap Strike where he actually is in danger of dying. But denying that blue buff and giving one to Faker means that the pressure top now transfers to mid, and then eventually that will likely get transferred into the bottom side. SKT could choose to go top side for a Herald in 50 seconds, as Rek'Sai is on that side of the map, but I think there would be a bigger yield going to the bottom side of the map right now.
Yeah, level 6 for everyone down here. It'd be hard to look for plays to lock up Wolf. Maybe if they can catch Bang, but he's got his own self-disengage at that. So just looks like Maha and Max just trying to farm up in the bot lane, not looking to engage really.
There it is, that Jax build. Not looking to do much but farm up, going with the Tiamat early on. He still can choose to go for the Ravenous Hydra instead. I personally prefer that item over the Titanic, but we have seen both in the past before. They both have their pros and cons, but against the Rumble, lifesteal is going to be much more important as he can trade so effortlessly under the tower, and ideally you want to get to a point where you're getting some damage in, and looking for them off the wave.
Yeah, pullback on Maha doesn't work. Even though Peanut did make his way down here, looking for that pressure.
And now that's exactly what we were mentioning earlier. Blue buff transfer allows Faker to rotate to the bottom side. Here comes Rek'Sai as well, and Untara has his own teleport, and MVP is likely going to have to give this up in order to get advantages for Jax.
They spot Peanut here, and the double stun coming in into the knockup. Don't even need it. Ian will pick up the kill. Peanut going in blind, looking for some vision deep in the jungle.
That's a big sigh of relief for MVP. The dive has been dwindled. Now Jax gets to farm topside, zones off Untara just a little bit, but he gets some breathing room. And now that means that time continues to go on. You get the Jax in a better position, and you get yourself a kill onto the Syndra, who is 15 CS up on Faker. That can be a big threat when only Alistar is your frontline.
Oh, with ADD nearby. But yeah, ADD not looking to make any plays onto Faker, who still does have his flash. Just farming everything in his vicinity, including the Scuttle Crab.
ADD should not be looking for fights anytime soon. And here's a play, the good defensive vision. The ward that was about to die ends up picking up Peanut as a kill. Unnecessary flash there for Max, as Unleashed Power is already coming through, but a teleport into the bottom side from Untara. He has Equalizer.
Will he commit? Doesn't look like it for now. Just has that pressure. Peanut's very low. Not sure exactly why, but they get pretty low. And there's this pressure I was talking about, and the dive coming on in into the Equalizer. Beyond taking a huge amount of damage. Will be knocked up here as Wolf, though. They do get the pullback onto Beyond and get that kill. Max as well with a seismic shove. Faker will pick up that kill onto Max.
Meanwhile, Jax keeps pushing top side, so MVP trade 2 for 1. But this is SKT accelerating the game. They want to get gold on the map as quickly as possible. They understand that Jax can take over this game if allowed, and they do not want to let that happen. And as such, they get that kill, they get that turret, but Jax trades in return.
I mean, Jax smacking that turret. Love that sound. Let's just listen for a moment. So he takes out the turret. He's just farming up.
And the dive was, oh, here comes a 2-man. He does have flash.
Okay, there's the leap strike, but the seismic shove makes it happen. Into the combo from Wolf. Doesn't care if he gets stunned up. There's the stun out of Alistar, and ADD in a ton of trouble. Will be flashing here into the leap strike, and actually does get out alive.
The ultimate and counter strike offering a lot of defense against the Talia there, but on that dive bottom side, it felt like MVP welcomed that. They saw the teleport come through. They know the Talia can collapse quickly, and Rek'Sai was there but low, and you know that Alistar can tank the tower, but they stayed nearby. So they welcomed the dive and just said, we can outplay it. We want to see what happens. Unfortunately, they did not. They did trade 1 for 1, or 1 for 2, so they got something in return.
Oh boy, the Cocoon here into the pick, and Maha will pick up that kill on the Varus. And all of a sudden, MVP, 1 escape and 1 kill, and they're looking to get some objectives.
That was excellent. Going for flashes, utilizing the tools that they have to fully commit to get kills is exactly what MVP needs to do. And as long as they continue to utilize the summoners that they have to get picks, it buys time for ADD, who's still farming in the top side by himself. Talia does not have Weaver's Wall to help on this, but it's still a bit risky.
Okay, Wolf waiting in the wings there in the Dragon Pit. Always threatening, showing us the power of Alistar.
Look at Jax, he's moving into this fight, so they want to commit to this.
Oh, big knock up here. Beyond is getting extremely low. Max all by himself, committing to getting that Ocean Drake is Beyond. He will get it, but pay for it with his life. Not sure if that's worth in the end.
Well, as long as they don't lose mid tower, but ADD chose to go for mid instead, and now he's going to get collapsed on, so they won't lose mid. They might lose ADD, though.
Everybody wants this Jax. The leap strike over the wall. There's the ultimate popped into the combo here from Wolf, and I think this time it's going to be really hard, but there's the counter strike into the leap strike, and into that, but Faker with that last rock thrown over the wall will pick up the kill.
And I have to question ADD's choice. He's trying to be selfish, but had a lapse of, oh, let's help the team. So he rotate mid to commit for that moment where he could have stuck to the top side, pushed that wave, and maybe even get a red buff steal. So should have been a bit more greedy himself, and we're going to take another look right here. Talia's coming without the Weaver as well, and the engage comes out, but the Dragon is slowing everybody in, so he chooses to repel onto the pit. And while he gets the steal, it's at the cost of his life, and then eventually the cost of Jax's, because he doesn't know where Rumble is, so he doesn't know that Equalizer is about to cut him off. And speaking of not knowing, that Herald has been taking under no vision.
Yeah, MVP with a big lack of vision. Faker now trying to go 1v1, just barely is not going to be hit by that cocoon. Almost the max range cocoon would have secured Faker's life, no doubt.
Well, the cleanse did come out to try to keep him alive, and he has a lot of magic resistance against this duo so far. But with the red buff, they likely would have gone down without the seismic shove to push Elise out of that.
Small push in here into mid from Bang. It looks like he might rotate up into top. They've kind of sent Faker down into the bot lane for now. Doesn't have his wall, but he's getting there.
So KT, or SKT, playing similarly to KT in their matchup last week, where Rumble just kept avoiding the split pusher and grouped with the team looking for play. So he's simply basing when the wave crashes and allowing Jax to catch back up, which is fine, but it just means that SKT need to be grouped together and trying to make plays happen, while Dragon just got taken recently. The only objective that remains is that mid-tier 1, so they're going to need Rumble there if they want to go for dives. Max, or Maha, does not have his flash right now, so last time it was him that started a fight with a Chains of Corruption. But now they need Alistar on the side of SKT to use his own flash to get a fight started, but without everybody being grouped, there's just no chance of that happening, and now you can tell how confident ADD is getting by being this far up.
Ian's right on a ward. Thankfully, he puts down the control ward. You can see all those SKT members just looming around. Here comes Max up into the top lane, looking for a 2-on-1, and in comes the quickness into the grand challenge. The grand entrance, rather, and Mintara on the run now. He does have his flash, will flash the wall, and you can see the equalizer will slow down ADD. And look at the rotation in here from Faker, looking to go 2v1. That seismic shove won't hit anybody, but the 2v1 remains. Up comes Syndra, but decides against it. Looks like they're going to sacrifice Max's life in return for all of this.
They're pushing mid, but there's nothing to get in return, and that was not a good move for MVP. Jax does not have the damage to deal with Untara right now. He's built defensively. He's got HP in the guys, armor in the Seekers, as well as magic resist and tenacity in Merc Treads. There is no chance they can take him out with the little damage that Jax is in. They have to remember that he is super far behind. He's going to take probably until level 18 before he's legitimately relevant in this game as a damage threat. So he gets a bit greedy, trying to get an advantage before the time was due onto Jax, and pays with his life, and worst of all, his own flash, which is going to be critical for them in these upcoming minutes.
And Max, well, rather ADD losing a bit of time that he could have been just safely farming had he let Ntara just push it into him, that wave. Instead, going for that risky pick. You know, getting the Rumble out would have been nice in terms of map control, but it's not that great in terms of the gold that you're losing comparatively to that farm he could have easily picked up. Now SKT, they know that Max doesn't have that engage tool as much. They can easily take down this mid-tier 1. They're not going to overcommit, though. They're not going to overstay their welcome. Just be happy with that pick. And they do secure a 3,000 gold lead at this point.
And it could grow even bigger, as this could be a poor lane assignment on the side of ADD, with Jax being in the bottom side. While you understand that Baron is up, that Infernal Dragon in the next 50 seconds is not something that SKT will pass up lightly. That is a highly valuable dragon with this composition. So you can expect them to fight for it. So Jax bases. He might have his Trinity Force completed now. And has to sell 2 items, waiting for some gold. He definitely has that. There's no other reason why you would do that. And there it is, Trinity Force. But he needs still more for him to take down anybody on the side of SKT, especially when the only person he's ever been fighting is Untara.
Yeah, and MVP really in a scary spot here. Ian, you know, he is sitting at 2-0, but you're facing a 4-0-1 Faker with all of his summoners left up, including the wall. He steals away the blue buff again from Ian, who I'm not sure if he's had one blue buff the entire game. And here we go. He's looking for that pick. Ian will be forced to flash in the trade for that Weaver wall cooldown.
Great Weaver's wall there. In the meantime, you have SKT committing for that Infernal Dragon, but what can MVP get in response? There's Jax pushing, and oh, they should not be fighting this.
Uh-oh, look at Untaran's position. He gets that engage onto Ian here. Beyond, he's just totally out of this fight. Chain of Corruption onto Faker, but look at the rest of them jumping on in as Peanut, getting that kill onto Ian. Max going down here to Untara, who will definitely dive. Nice cocoon, but it won't save his life. Untara, though, okay, they're going to be forced to burn that Zhonya. It's not really the biggest deal in the world. And after those 2 kills, in comes the push from SKT.
And ADD teleported to this. That's it. MVP is not a team that knows how to run Jax. This is not going to work at this stage. They are trying to play a game as if Jax was a Renekton, a Jarvan, or even a Rumble, somebody to assist in these fights. They need to be selfish. The game revolves around this champion. That's why so many times we criticize picks like these, because so much of the game becomes absolved in making this pick work. And now he's trying to go on to Wolf, but with a headbutt and a pulverize, that's it. He just has to run away now.
They will start this Infernal Drake. Only 3 of them here. The engage from Rumble is down. Beyond, though, oh, it's stolen away. Peanut is going to take that. Look at ADD just on the run. Nice knock up here to secure the kill onto Peanut, though. SKT still thinking about fighting, but MVP will have none of it.
Gonna go for ADD now.
Okay.
Well, has a lead.
Counter-Strike coming out. Takes less damage, but can he actually get out? No is the answer. Dara will pick up a kill.
No ward left for him to hop over, and that big wave that should have been his is now Ian's, which puts Jax deeper into the hole. And back on Jax's decision to teleport. MVP should have recognized that this is not a dragon they can fight. Rumble is too powerful right now in conjunction with Faker's Taliyah. They should have let that go through. Let Jax split push into the top side, crash the wave top, maybe even get a red buff steal, and now you have a legitimate chance of threatening any action in his lane with a red buff. But now that happened, and you're going to take another look at it. So actually, this is the aftermath of the fight where they overextended and they commit to, okay, let's try to get something out of this. But Jax pops his ultimate to tank the dragon. That's just not gonna cut it. Sure, he gets a stun off, but then leaps onto Bang, flashes out. You just see how weak this champion is in team fighting.
Yeah, unless the enemy team engages onto your Counter-Strike, that kind of double stun is really not going to happen. So I'm not sure if they were slowing down because they're like, oh, we're to play out of ADD, but I mean, I suppose nice timing on the Counter-Strike. That's about it.
Now he's in the bottom lane pushing, but he doesn't have teleport. So SKT can force a Baron as they have plenty of damage to do so, and MVP needs to get control of mid lane, but it looks like SKT might have the inside track onto the tier 2 top side, which could crash some minions and deny it, as Faker will take that side of the map and can always collapse with a Weaver as well.
Super fast clear here from the Taliyah. He's got Peanut nearby too. And okay, they're gonna engage here onto Bang, who, I mean, this entire series, this guy has been getting caught out over and over. Not his cleanest Xayah play.
And it came out of Max using a flash ultimate there to try to get this kill, so they will trade turret for tower, and this is great for MVP. Now that Jax again gets some more free time, they continue to push, but there's equalizer. There's no way that this will actually yield them a tower. Wait a minute.
He's waiting for the next wave, I think.
Okay, well, I guess they just give it up for free.
Not sure that's the best idea. Okay, Wolf might engage here. The wall from behind. They're looking to wipe MVP. Really nice equalizer on the majority of that team. Max will entrance out of there, but they will pick up the kill onto Ian. Peanut will trade his life for this one, but Beyond trying to get as much as he can on his way out. ADD trying to be the escape artist, and actually does trade back onto Faker, but will not be enough. Immediate pings go down towards that Baron as SKT, they lose the inhibitor, but they want more.
They walk away with 3 kills, but now they'll be able to get a Baron. So the inhibitor was a big cost, which was a bit of a misplay there on the side of SKT. Should not have given that objective up, but now they're able to take that Baron, which could mitigate the pressure from those super creeps. However, the collapse from Jax, just so sad to see Jax continuously try to team fight, especially into Alistar. He gets the exhaust, he gets pulverized, knockups left, right, and center, and he doesn't have enough damage to deal, enough items to deal any damage. And here it comes again. So the cocoon and stun. Actually, the stun came onto Wolf right away, and a great equalizer there to separate the backline. Ends up getting Ian nearly killed right from the get-go. But here, what ADD should have attempted is to try to help onto the Rek'Sai, not to go onto Faker and Wolf, and exhaust, CC'd, and ends up paying with his life. He's almost there in terms of damage, but just too far behind at this stage.
Sitting at 0-4 so far. Not what ADD had envisioned, no doubt. See if he can actually shore up this play. Just try to farm a little bit more instead of joining these fights. Would be nice to see. And Baron now on SKT. It looks like they're going to send Faker down into bot lane with the blue buff. Untara up in top. And the rest of them in mid. Kind of what we were expecting once they do get this Baron, the 1-3-1.
Right now, SKT is even stronger than the Baron that they have because their item spikes are insane. Faker's got his Banshee's death cap completed. You have the adaptive helm on the side of Peanut, as well as the Leandries, Rylai's, and Zhonya's from Untara. So any 5v5 that MVP take this time around is surely to cost them inhibitors and maybe even the game because of Baron's pushing power. So now more than ever, they have to respect the threat of SKT's team fighting and allow Jax to continuously split push. So many times when you split push to control, the key is control the side lanes. That way the team that has to play the 5v5 is always under a timer. And they haven't done that yet, but it's still not too late. If they can pull it off this time around, it might work. But with Rylai's onto Rumble, Jax has even less of a chance threatening this Untara 3-1-8 Rumble.
Nice stop here on the push in the bot lane for now. You can see that SKT kind of just rotated down, and they only have 1:20 left on the Baron. Still no big objectives taken with this buff. They're playing it pretty passively too. I mean, they're just sending in Peanut to get this Cloud Drake now at 28 minutes into the game. Trying to stack Drakes for the Elder Drake that will come up afterwards.
Remember, their composition is not the greatest at sieging. Xayah isn't a siege champion, and Taliyah is better at assisting the side lane. So if they are not set up to go for a dive with complete knowledge of where everybody is, they end up just stalling out. And they already have the tier 2 into the top side. So the only real gold they can get is going to be that tier 2 into the bottom lane. And trying to crack the base at this stage in the game without control onto the Jax is nearly impossible, even with that Baron. So what they need to do is continuously group, and they have never really tested going onto the Jax with anybody other than Taliyah. And so far, we might see the attempt onto mid as Taliyah's bottom, so a 1-3-1 is in order. Could yield a nice dive for us to see.
You can see ADD really struggling to go 1v1 with Untara. He's down 2 levels. Still just a couple of items compared to the 3 of the Rumble. And even just backing up all the way to the turret. One thing that MVP does have a decent amount of is the wave clear on the Syndra. And you can see that Maha has gone for that static shiv, kind of the normal builds nowadays on ADCs with the rapid fire cannon and Infinity Edge as the 3 items with that static shiv.
And 3 items is still not enough for ADD, who seemingly might be going for a Hex Drinker or a Maw of Malmortius next, as he has that Ravenous Hydra completed. But so we were talking about earlier in the draft, Rumble can get to a point where he handles Jax with ease. He's got enough resistances, and his itemization makes it simple to stand in the tower or even trade effectively. The Rylai's is a great item to deal with Jax. You simply hit a couple of harpoons, and no longer can he continuously chase you. And now SKT might be primed to go for a dive. The threat of Taliyah with a Weaver's Wall from mid is enough to make them retreat.
Yeah, at least for MVP, this is just that tier 2, so they haven't had any of their inhibitors cracked. By the way, SKT did just have their inhibitor respawn, So no more pressure back on the mid lane against SKT. They can kind of freely go about their business. Seems like Faker is the warden of the mid lane for now. Sitting at 5-0-5.
Well, absolutely. You want to have him there in case Jax plays aggressive or gets too low. And here comes the Weaver wall bottom.
Okay, this is just going to zone. Just going to keep that up for as long as possible. Let his teammates pick away at this turret. But you can see even with the Weaver's wall how cautiously SKT is playing this. They know it's a 4v3. They cannot take the fight. So just only picking away at the buildings, at the objectives here.
They definitely do not want to risk it. If they start giving away kills, they will give up vision control, and that vision control will be critical for the next 2 minutes as Baron comes up. But the damage that they got earlier means that if they get another Weaver's wall into the bottom lane, barring they secure a Baron, they should be able to break the base and secure an inhibitor. So we understand now the game plan for SKT. If they get a Baron, and obviously we know that they want to go for a Baron now.
Just got a minute 10 left. It's pretty interesting to watch SKT play this way against MVP, a team that's down near the bottom. You could tell just, I'm not sure if it's respect for MVP or the lower teams, or it's just respect for the way that they want to play the game. It's like they just want to make sure that they win 100% instead of giving up any, you know, weird advantages. They always try to play as perfectly as possible. It's even hilarious at times when they go into interviews and they're like, well, I know we wrecked this team 2-0 and they were total crap, but we made a couple of mistakes and we really need to look at that. We want to just become better as a team. So well, they're trying to become the perfect team of League of Legends, basically.
Yeah, and they're still, you know, they still make mistakes to prevent them from being that, but so much of this slowness or weak tempo, if you will, that SKT has is out of respect for what MVP is packing in their composition. Mistakes made into these champions would mean that they would not have any way of containing them. And here's a Weaver's wall.
Oh boy!
Oh no!
Look at that! He's caught in the brush against the wall, caught in the trees, and he put himself in that position. Really nice wall from Faker, but he flashed into that one hole.
Oh, the dangers of Weaver's wall. They're thinking about sieging, but they will have to rotate to top side to do so. Jax is meanwhile bottom, and Untara teleported, or has spaced already.
Yeah. ADD, he does push pretty fast. I mean, this is Jax we're thinking about. He's going for the inhibitor, too.
He should just sacrifice his life for this. He needs to get an inhibitor out of this. Not even give up his life. Just try to get some damage onto this. There's really the only thing that MVP can do here.
Wolf's recalling. I think they're calling him back here to deal with ADD 100%. They don't want to give up this inhibitor, but look at how fast it goes down. Untara just can't burn him down fast enough. And Jax, well, it remains seen to be if he will get away. He will leap strike. Here comes Wolf from the left side, and Talia on the chase. Gonna hop the wall. Look at this, the Ninja Jax.
Oh!
Through the jungle. Okay, Wolf has spotted him now. They know where he is. Leap strike to the tunnel. On the run
Xayah
still.
now.
Xayah from the left dodges that seismic shove, and that will be the end of his big escape. Faker to pick up the kill.
Oh, indecisiveness once again from ADD. This is exactly what happened when it was Max on the Blitz and ADD on Rumble. When they got collapsed on by Elise and Thresh, they didn't know, should we go in, should we not go in, and it cost them their life. Sure, they got the inhibitor, but that could have been so much cleaner. He could have gotten away with his life still and perhaps even threatened a mid lane inhibitor, and now they're facing losing this tier 1 mid with Baron, but there are no minions, but they still do so much damage.
Yeah, look at that. It's pretty unbelievable. How did Faker not get assists on that play in mid with the Weaver's wall? Like, if it touches the champion, shouldn't he get an assist?
Maybe.
I think that should be the way it would be, but perhaps he didn't.
I don't think he actually connected. He flashed out. But I don't think it still gives an assist. But this is easily, yeah, mid inhibitor. You have no chance of defending this without Jax as a threat. And now they're going to move on to the bottom side. That turret already suffered some damage in the previous push.
Oh, they're not even leaving the base. They're just going straight for it, and Tara was the one pushing this in. Big engage. Oh boy, Baja, where'd you go? I missed you, buddy. You were with us for a while, but you're not anymore. As the flash, or I guess it was headbutt pulverize plus flash into that, and the seismic shove will pick up the kill. Wolf trying to make some plays on his Alistair towards the end of this game. Big unleashed power onto Faker, finally earning himself his first death. They're trying to get in there. Look at that damage from ADD, but finally the knock up here from the Alistair.
Wait a minute.
He's still alive. What is going on? Where did he go? Peanut, the only one left alive. All of a sudden, ADD, he did go down, but he took out 3 members with him. I didn't expect that to happen.
Just saves the game. The AoE damage out of Jax with the stun from Max. A combination. We now see the synergy that they were eyeing with this draft, but it might be a little bit too late. Now he's got himself a BF sword. Looking for that Guardian Angel, but ooh, that was so close. Just barely saving the game. The heroes of this game so far, or at least for that final defense, and Maha just gets obliterated.
Yeah, goodbye, buddy, but I just want to see Jax going 1v4 here at the end of this one.
So initially, Faker and Wolf commit their flash onto this, and now it's going to be Wolf that ends up going on to Beyond and ADD. So the pulverize doesn't connect, but here, look at Jax. So the stun hits, he gets a great knock-up right there. Even though he's exhausted, remember that the damage now is mostly magic, and through the redemption, he stays alive. He's got his maul, and here comes another iteration of that counter-strike, just popping down the lowest HP targets. Shows the strength of this build, just AoE damage, lots of burst with the Hydra, but not enough to sustain himself.
I suppose added to the list of small SKT mistakes is grouping up against that Jax, but couldn't really spread out in time at that point, and he is beginning to get scary one item at a time. I mean, it's not out of, you know, it's not totally impossible that somehow the Jax does carry this game back.
A far-fetched idea, however.
Well, he's going to have to recall right now. I don't think they can lose 3 inhibitors. That's going to be too big. Nice cleanse there from the... Whoa! Bang, okay, coming on in, and Ian is going to be knocked over a wall by a wall.
Did that... What? Did that just happen? Okay, now they can just eye out the game.
Yeah, they're just pushing down mid. I was not even expecting that to happen.
Okay.
ADD, oh, he jumped in with the counter-strike. But the quickness coming on in, and they're trying to open this one up for ADD, but all of a sudden, Max disappears as well. ADD getting pretty low. Equalizer is going to miss both of them. ADD trying to be a hero once again, will be knocked up, has that Guardian Angel, but at this point, a bit of a pipe dream. We'll have that redemption, and there's the seismic shove. And he's not even going to be able to take out Wolf. That will finally do it here at another almost 40-minute game. SKT will take another 2-0 and put that under their belts.
Welcome to the Jax team fighting zone. Just no chance when you're dealing with Alistar. His exhaust was about to come up on top of everything and just unable to do a whole lot this game. And while SKT played decently around the Jax, it was MVP who just did not. They did not value the resources well. The allocation was mismanaged in having Jax go for team fights when they should not be. Overall, would not do this one again if I was MVP, and definitely have to rewatch more of split pushing games, such as Game 3 of SKT KT, where Untara simply just never grouped. Push, 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 retreat, get your own advantages, and eventually your threat on 2 objectives is what will bring you back into the game, not your ability to team fight. And even though Jax is not a great team fighter, ADD did not make a good case for even considering it.
Well, I mean, he got to debut another champion here. I was wondering if ADD was going to pop off and bring a new pick into LCK. As you mentioned, didn't really seem like they understood what the Jax was for, and there was that one really hype moment. It was pretty cool to see, but either way, MVP does take another 0-2. kind of unfortunate, but as you said, they do have a lot to learn going up against a team like SKT. Let's take a look at some of these replays.
This was the initial dive onto the bottom side where it was a 5-man with Talia quickly joining. Well, they traded 1 for 1. Initially, the Rakan ends up getting taken out right at the end, and it was just ADD getting collapsed on time and time again. Pops that honey through, which actually gives Faker some more mana to continue to cast some spells, and now the Rek'Sai ultimate will pick him up right at the very end of that one. Oh, so many times it just looked bizarre for MVP's decision making. Soon after, they blew the flash on Ian from the Great Weaver's Wall from Faker. And now, don't see it in the screen here, but Jax is actually just running around trying to make something happen while SKT is just cleaning house by remaining grouped. There he is. Hey, where's the party at?
Darna saying, hey, I didn't need that heal either.
I thought the repel would come down onto Faker there, and because Wolf did not have the combo up at this time, but Beyond chose to go into the base and ends up dying for it, as well as ADD.
Got a kill, but it's just not worth it, you know.
Yeah, they got inhibitor, just many issues for MVP this time around, and it seems like what they try to resolve these issues for.
Oh,
yeah.
poor little Maha.
And then he jumps in to get hit by the Rake right at the end, but it seems like MVP keep trying to fix their issues by, instead of addressing the macro problems, by simply adding champions to their pool. And that's just not the way to do it. You have Max, who has the most supports in the game played. You've got, I mean, he's got Brand and Zillion in this meta right now. You've got ADD, who now, with the Jax, ends up having 10 top laners played. Then you have pretty much every player has over 6. That's including the AD. Everybody's near around 8 new champions, which is just unnecessary to do. And here is the one shining light for Jax. Every other moment that he played was suboptimal, to say the least. Just watch him fight. Watch how he fights, right? Gets one auto off. GA gets popped. Here comes the other one. Yep. Okay.
Seismic shove.
The headbutt.
Into pulverize into headbutt. And then he just disappears. So we're going to take a look at the results here. MVP, they put up a better fight, I suppose. They got more kills and more towers in this game compared to game 1, but Faker with a pretty standout game on the Talia. Once again, I wouldn't be surprised if he nets himself a second MVP off the back of this one. Wouldn't be the first time Faker's done it. Elise with the most damage on the side of MVP.
Yeah,
Jungle power.
Normally don't see that one when you have a Syndra on your side, but the game just revolved around wave clear, and when you spam out your volatile spiderlings, it ends up racking up to a significant chunk of damage, considering that her build was full AP.
Yep, so there you do have it, guys. SKT with another 2-0 over a bottom team. Let's hear from Faker first in the interview and see who will be coming out second, or if we'll only hear from Faker tonight. And it looks like we're ready to jump into that right now, so I'll hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Hi, this is your translator. Here we have Faker for the interview. The first game was really stable. What's the concept for today? Macro? We have good combination for getting kills in the early and mid games, so I think that was the key point. And in the bot lane, you were chased by 4 enemies. So were you sure that you're gonna survive? I couldn't dodge the Rek'Sai's ult with my flash, so it was kind of close, but I was lucky to survive. Yeah, I thought I just can't get out of here. And the wolves were coming in for the backup. I didn't really thank him in the game, but
Well, I was thanking him, but I didn't say any words for him. How would you like to rate LeBlanc right now? Well, Syndra is weak from ganking, so I think LeBlanc has kind of more advantage against her. So let's check out the second MVP.
Well, let's see who it is from game number 2. It's going to be Faker again. 8-1-9 this time on the Talia.
This is the first time where he goes topside, finds himself a nice first blood. So easy, then returns, and this is the hole that Jax got put in. Just at level 6.
Triple stun though, but didn't end up mattering. Poor Jax. Max got put in there as well. So let's hear from Faker again.
So you got MVP with LeBlanc and Talia, and you've never lost a set against MVP. What kind of strong points do you have against them? I think MVP roam a lot and trying to engage with team fights, but we are good at dodging it and also avoiding the team fights so we can go to the late game and win. So LeBlanc is your signature champion, and also Talia, you've never lost a match for her. Which one do you prefer? I don't have much affection on champions. I just like champions that I can win a lot. So you have a great champion pool. Is there any special mid champion that you want to show next time? There's no various champions in the mid lane, so maybe next time I might show some unexpected champion picks. Why did you smile at the last time? Just we were just kind of laughing in the gaming booth, so I just also laughing at the same time. So it was kind of like rough and like Jax taking 3 kills. How was it? I thought Jax might get fed up, but I was sure that we were gonna take the match, so I didn't really care much. Then how did you feel when you saw they picking Jax? Well, I did expect they will be choosing Jax, so I wasn't really surprised. So we're trying to stop Jax from growing in the early and mid game, so I roamed to top a lot. So Rift Rivals is around the corner. Can you give last words for the tournament? Since it's an international tournament, we're gonna try our best. And we will be waiting for a lot of cheers and support from our fans. Thank you. And this was the end of the interview.
So there you have it, guys. Thanks, Ji-sun, once again for the translation. Faker getting a lot of time with the translator. Or not with the translator, with the host. I'm not sure exactly what I'm saying here, but SKT able to pick up another win. 9-1 plus 13 on top of the world and on top of LCK right now. Whereas MVP having a rough season after spring.
Yeah, but they are still tied with BBQ, so still those 3 teams can battle it out to see who makes it out at the top of the bottom 7, which will be the dangerous 7. You will come relegation now, but yeah. SKT solidify themselves as the best team in LCK, best team in the best region, which basically translates to best team in the world, coming the Rift Rivals. So we're going to be actually taking a LCK break and watching that crazy international competition between LPL, LMS, and LCK.
Yeah, this is going to be the last day of LCK. I think this is the end of week 5. And that means that we won't be here on Tuesday or Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday, and then next Sunday. So
Yeah,
make sure you guys are, you're clearing up your calendar for that, and that you have those dates in there. And you're watching Rift Rivals, as I know we both will be. Should be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. International competition is always so hyped, and honestly, it's so condensed because every region's playing around the same time as well. So you better buy 2 monitors for this one, otherwise you might miss it.
You got to watch all those matches. I'm sure it's going to be a blast. And any predictions for the winner?
LCK for the one in Asia.
Yeah.
That's the only one I can talk about. I'm doing Asia.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, I would have to agree with you. I mean, it's crazy to see what LCK has become. Even, I think it was Faker said in an interview where it's like basically every team in LCK is really strong, even the bottom 3. But the top 7 are actually really fantastic. Like guys like Rox, teams like Rox, and even Afrika, they're winning against the top teams. So you really have to hand it to those guys.
Yeah, but below that, we can say there is a bit of a generosity within that interview.
Yeah, I suppose. I just saw the headline. I didn't watch all
what?
of it.
You can't just look
but
at
that was the point. It was like, he was like, oh, it's a really strong league. There's so many.
You got to click and read.
Really
click
good.
and read.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go ahead and read that interview. Guys, we're going to take the closing right here. So we'll see you next time on LCK.